tells us we are on live. Okay. I'll let you out and do our pledge now.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
10:00 a.m. It is Tuesday, May 14th. This is the Curry County Budget Committee meeting. We should take a look at our schedule for the day and make agenda changes as needed. As I recall, yesterday we had scheduled Sheriff Ward to come back at 10:45. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
So that opening is now out. Are there any other changes that anybody else sees that we should make to the schedule?
I think the treasurer is here for the 10 o'clock.
Okay.
She's cold and she's here.
And we did hear from Mr. Huddle yesterday about his budget at 2:15, so we actually have an opening there now.
Did I miss that?
Yes, you did.
Dang. We have video.
Oh, yes.
Everybody mic'd up. I'm guessing Ms. Colstrom is making copies.
Then, Mr. Chair, were you going to have the sheriff at 10:45 then at the open? Did you already include that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a cap as soon as I get my
Got it.
here. So to summarize, we have Debbie Crumley coming in at 10 o'clock for the treasurer. At 10:45, where it was open, we have Sheriff Ward coming in to continue with what we started yesterday. And at 2:15, we now have an opening, since we did get Mr. Huddle in yesterday. Any other changes? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I don't think there was a motion made.
That's true.
How about I move to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll second.
Call for the question.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Counsel, I don't believe that this is on the recorder. It's flashing.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is correct. There we go.
Thank you. So I had a couple of items to clean up from yesterday. One of the questions I asked yesterday is about
We already did it.
getting caught up on year-to-date budget. We have two screens up here we're not using. I think it would be beneficial to have our financials up, so if we need to go back and take a look at what somebody's current year-to-date budget looks like, we have access to that. Having it online does no good in this meeting.
Right.
I don't have access to internet. I'm not going to be able to connect to your internet for security reasons, and fundamentally, that's a big question that comes up. Where are we at year to date? So is it possible for the county to connect to one of those screens and display? And then we'll need county assistance on that, by the way, because we're not as familiar with your general ledger. So I'm sure Louise can navigate that a lot quicker than the rest of us could.
Probably with the Chrome button right there. Yeah,
Up one, yeah.
up one. It says Chrome.
I think you need to click it again. There you go.
Just go right to it.
One more of finance, yeah.
Sorry, I'll clean up.
That mouse will get the best of us.
Make room here to one way or the other.
Look at budgets.
He wants the financial report. Yeah. The latest one, I would assume.
Yeah, we referred,
This one was just posted yesterday,
perfect,
and I actually haven't even seen it yet.
okay. And so that's through April 30th, so there's only 2 months left in the fiscal year. Okay. We did have a couple of referrals to that yesterday, that's why I'd like to have that.
Can we reduce that in size a little bit so we can see more of it, or no? Or,
Well, if you reduce it in size, I'm not sure
Okay.
if you'll be able to read it.
Aye.
My recommendation would be Control F, and just search for whatever department you're in. So, go to bigger.
A little smaller if we can.
Smaller. So small.
That's good.
Thanks, Eric.
Well, thank you. With no further ado, we're going to move right into a meeting with our county treasurer, Ms. Crumley.
I have something first. This agenda does not have where I am, I'm sorry. The agenda doesn't have anything that I had overnight, so I did get questions from one of the budget committee members I'd like to hand out for you guys for this morning.
Okay.
Thanks.
So this question was from committee member Richard Toad. The subject was health insurance, and he wanted to know the amount of health insurance subsidized by the county for each of the individual listed below, and that's elected officials, non-represented employees, SEIU employee contracts, and Teamsters represented. So I'm giving you the current amount of health insurance subsidized by the county for each person. I actually added a couple of, because we have a little bit different categories than you asked for. So number one was commissioners, it's $1,000 a month. Elected officials, $1,000 a month. Non-represented, $1,200 a month. SEIU, $1,200 a month. Teamsters, the sheriff, Teamsters, $1,300 a month. And the new contract with Teamsters Roads is in negotiations now, so.
Thank you very much.
And Debbie, I'll need your patience for another couple of minutes yet, because I do have one request for public speaking, and that's Mr. Barnes.
Thank you. I'm David Barnes. Chair Duque made a comment yesterday that kind of slid past everybody. I just wanted to bring it up. I know that the point of this isn't to make policy, but Commissioner Boyce and I had the same conversation a couple of months ago, and it has to do with bringing IT back in-house. And I heard at last year's budget committee that we were at a break-even point on how much we were spending for the outside contract versus how much we were saving. And again, what I heard yesterday was we're at the same point or more. Like we had discussed, Commissioner Boyce, it doesn't make any sense to have somebody doing your outside work when you can have somebody who works for you 24 hours a day, whereas with contract, we're the secondary people. And I would just like to bring it back to the board that I would hope that in one of your upcoming meetings, you would have a discussion about bringing the IT department back in-house, including the GIS portion of it from Lane County right now. I think it'd be much better for us, and it's a better business decision for the county. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Crumley, please.
What page?
Tab 3, page 20.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and our new Budget Committee. Well, as you've probably looked at my budget already, it's not much different than last year. You might see a difference with the CAFA. It was reduced 500. And I'm still retaining my deputy treasurer as my backup. That's Carly Wright. She works for the library district right now as their after-school program. So I'm still budgeting that. I just use her when I'm allowed to go on vacation, which isn't too often. Let's see. So the bottom line is not much different than last year. So do you have any questions?
Yes.
I know Richard does.
I was just wondering, I know you told me, and I got the documents on what we're receiving for interest on the road fund, and quite frankly, I wish I could get 275 on some of my money. So that is good, but in 2016, and the document I handed out, the Association of Oregon Counties, I came up with a new program, or the state, that authorizes investment in two different funds other than short-term funds. And I guess my question is, have we explored that? And number two, I had heard, and sometimes I don't always hear right, but that you had proposed some changes on investment with Jackson or Josephine County in the past, years ago. Okay, that's...
No, we use Jackson County for our lockbox services. I don't know if that was maybe where you picked that up.
That could have been.
But as investments,
So,
I've used Piper Jaffray for investment, and those have matured. And so at this time, I'm just going to keep all the funds at the state pool because their rates are the best that we can do since we can only go out 18 months. And in regards to this intermediate, at our treasurers conference, it wasn't really recommended by most treasurers. Most treasurers were not going down that path, and I just didn't feel confident about going that path.
okay. This answers my question.
Yes.
I've our treasurer has been kind enough to let me sit in on a couple of meetings with her and with Piper Jaffray, and I'm very, very confident in the way that you're handling things there. And
Thank you.
I know you're a little conservative, as you've told me, and you want to be because it's not your money, and I understand that, but I'm really confident in the way she's handling things in her office. I'm her liaison, just saying that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Debbie, I have a question regarding your Carly Wright, who is assisting you. Is she a regular employee or an irregular employee?
She's irregular, and she just helps me out to basically just to sign the checks and make sure positive pay is done. And if need be, she can receipt in my office. She's been on my books for the last many years, and I feel confident with her, and I trust her.
I think Carly's a great person. I know her as well. I would just recommend a change on line 7, page 21. It says regular.
Well,
Should
we
that say-
did have, okay, I'll tell you why it says regular. Last year during the budget time, I was going to try to get a part-time person on a regular basis, but I could only have them a couple hours a week, so it's very difficult to find someone for that capacity. But that's why that is there. But I was keeping Carly until the time that I found someone. And so we all just felt that that was the best place to keep that.
Okay. My query about that is on the front page, page 20. We listed it as a 1 FTE, but
Well, I
theoretically,
mainly-
if it's a regular
well,
employee, the FTE status is going to be higher than 1. It's nominal, but the point is to try to get these corrections made when we can.
She's very nominal.
I just have one comment. The reason that we had to get someone to come in was because of the conflict of interest in the finance department, not having the other people in the finance department do those tasks when she was gone.
Separation of duties.
Exactly. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that.
So that is why we put the under regular. I mean, I don't have a problem moving it back to irregular.
I'll move it to a regular.
Okay. That was just the reason we did that.
Again, just sort of a minor thing, but if you're going to call somebody regular, they should be included in the FTE.
Yeah, I'm
count.
pretty much a standalone department. I just kind of do it all.
Anybody else have any questions for Debbie Crumley? Awesome. Thanks, Debbie. Have a good day.
Thank you.
1 second here. Next, we have Parks. We're almost on time. Josh Hopkins.
What page?
1 second, unless somebody knows it off the top of their head.
I couldn't find it on the thing. Maybe I'm
I think Parks
blind.
is going to be out, are they general fund or outside the general fund?
They're outside the general fund. It's Fund 2.
Looks like we are tab 20?
140. So it's tab 19,
Oh, 122.
page 122.
Morning, Josh.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
Well, it's your show. Tell us what's going on.
Josh Hopkins, Curry County Parks Director. Curry County Parks consist of 2 campgrounds, Lobster Creek Camp, Boys Cove Campground. Lobster Creek is a group camp facility primarily used by youth groups like 4-H, and it's a site to a lot of family reunions, weddings, and stuff along those nature. Boys Cove is a standard nightly reservation-style campground used heavily by wind sport enthusiasts due to Flores Lake, and it's also used by pretty much any sort of outdoor recreationalist you can think of. Both campgrounds' maintenance and operations require no general fund contribution. They pay for themselves. This proposed budget in front of everyone has been changed from the original that I did submit. The budget I originally created required no general fund contribution for the Parks Department as a whole. This one now requires a general fund contribution due to part of the Director of County Operations salary being added. That's probably the biggest change this year as opposed to every other year the parks has been established, is that now there is a general fund contribution to it. So going over the expected revenues real quick, we have a transfer from the general fund of $12,345. That's to cover the operation director's 10%. State RV license fee at $70,000. That's been increasing throughout the years. There's a whole formula that goes along with it. We do get a yearly Marine Board grant of $3,300 for our Boys Cove boat launch. And then we have the 2 campgrounds where we get our occupancy fees from them. For Boys Cove, at the park, people still coming in, paying in person, we have $35,000 listed. We, this year, started an online reservation site. The online reservation system's working very well. We're expecting, $35,000 from that as well. And then we have $8,000 in other fees, which would be our laundry, showers, and we're doing a propane exchange there now. Next, we have Lobster Creek Camp. Lobster Creek's reservations are down this year due to partially because of the condition of the campground and partially it's carryover from the fire we had last year. So this year is pretty low at $5,000 occupancy. With that, all of the fees for Lobster Creek, other fees, propane, it's all associated in its use. So those are lower as well this year at $300 and $1,000. We do have a restricted fund balance expected to come over of $39,757. This is part of the reason this is so high is because of the online reservation system at Boys Cove. We're able to collect monies for camping in July, August, and September this time of year. So that's built up our carryover for the next year. One way to look at it is if you're taking the Boys Cove occupancy, you add the 35 and the 39. That'll kind of give you an idea how much we expect to make out of Boys Cove this year because we've already collected that. And then personnel, we've got 1 full-time director and 10% of the county operations, so that's $63,038. We do hire 2 irregular seasonal employees at about $12,000 a year. Just to highlight some of the materials and services, the Parks Department has a lot of services that are required for running the campground. Those services tend to vary a little bit depending on use of the campground. For host fees, we're down a little bit this year because we're not going to have a host up at Lobster Creek at $4,200. Waste disposal, we stuck at $16,000 this year. That's a very large moving target throughout the years. It's directly tied to use. That's our trash and our septic pumps, mainly at Boyce Cope. Repair and maintenance, $2,500 for equipment, $8,000 for buildings, and $4,000 for sites. There's a lot of repairs that are needed in our campground. Our plan is actually do these repairs this year. And then, assigned vehicles at $7,000. There's 2 vehicles in the Parks Department. Both are paid off, require no replacement. Janitorial supplies at $3,500, electricity at $5,500, and propane at $4,500, all directly related to visitor use. They can be sort of moving targets, but they're pretty much set right there at this time. We have a $10,000 operation contingency, and so our total requirement is $209,702 for this budget season. Any questions?
Chair, or excuse me, Commissioner Pash.
Josh, I'm noticing that you're, under your RV licenses, you've dropped that, or you've raised that number about 14% this year, but you've never actually met the threshold in the history on the budget reports. I'm wondering,
So with the RV licensing fee, the state sends out an email that lets everyone in the counties know what their expected amount is going to come in. They have an expected allocation. We always budget for under that allocation. So we stuck it at 70,000 because there's enough of a buffer between that and what the allocation says. For this year, our allocation's at about 7,700. So we're leaving ourselves that type of a buffer.
okay.
And it just has been increasing throughout the years.
One more question on the Boyce Cope and between the online and the actual occupancy fees, it comes up to 70,000. And you've got budgeted on line 3 at 90,000 from year past. Is that the entire amount, the 70,000 there, those two numbers?
So with the 90,000, like last year, we had it budgeted at 90,000. We hit that, we exceeded that, but a large part of the reason we exceeded that was because of the online reservation system collecting fees from July, August, September into this year. That's all incorporated in the rollover and the carryover.
Okay.
So basically, you take the 90,000 we had budgeted this year, and with what we have budgeted for carryover, plus with the 70,000 between the two things, you come out to above 90,000, which is where we expect to be at.
110,000.
Yeah.
Chair, if I could, one question kind of off topic. If we were to acquire another park in the county, do you think you could, if it would be a viable resource for the county?
It depends on the park.
About 3 collectively.
Depends on the 3.
Is the park you're talking about, maybe I'm a little ahead of myself, does that have anything to do with the 80 acres that the state's trying to trade?
No, this is South County, McVeigh.
Okay, thank you.
Would that be a viable resource for the county, McVeigh?
Depending on how it was built up, yes.
I thought you were talking about Elk River.
Any other questions for Josh? Okay. Thanks,
Thank you,
Josh.
sir.
Thank you.
Looks like we're a little bit early.
Sheriff's here.
Is he?
I don't believe the surveyor is coming. Julie, are you going to do the surveyor budget?
I do have some information on the surveyor in case he does not show up. My understanding, he was going to try and be here.
Okay.
So if the surveyor's not here, let's move ahead with the sheriff, who is scheduled for 10:45, and then the surveyor can come in after that. Ward?
Good use of time. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Pash. Keep on wanting to call him Posh, but it's just for some reason.
Don't you do that. Thank you.
Yesterday, when we were talking about in our budgets, we weren't really on the same page because of, I don't have the book that you guys are looking at, so when you're saying tab 21, line 20, I didn't have it, so I think Louise said there's an extra one that we can look at. Thanks.
Pardon me?
An extra budget book that we can look at, or
Is it over there, JJ, the extra budget book?
Sheriff, you can borrow mine if you need.
just want to be able to look at so we can be on the same page and asking questions. What the captain's handing out is I asked him to do an organizational chart.
There we go.
There's two pieces of it. The first one is is what we have right now, and the second page of that is what we want to go to. So I think there's 6 copies, one for each budget committee.
45. Sure. Page 45 of the book.
Because we need one for JJ.
And yesterday, we had a little conversation about the number of employees that we have and what we're asking for. What was presented, it was actually correct with what we had, but
This is the new
the
one.
form on what you had presented, that was a little off, so we fixed that. And I believe Louise had some copies to hand out, or,
I handed it out.
okay. And other than that,
When you're looking at the organizational chart on the second page, the changes that we're requesting are the ones that are in black. You'll notice if you notice, we'll go to 3 lieutenants and a sergeant, but we just left it to get the confusion out. We just left the positions, and because we'll have some people working out of class as a detective, but they'll still be classified as a deputy. But it just gives you an overview of what the organization looks like currently, and then what we're proposing it to be. So, which the total, including the sheriff and myself, would be 51 is our proposal, and that doesn't include. I mean, that's everybody. That's parole and probation. That's not all general funds. Some of that's special funds. That's parole and probation. That's dispatch. And that also doesn't have our halftime maintenance person that we share with the rest of the court on the organizational chart. That's the only one that's not on there, and our nurse, because they're part-time, so.
So in summarizing that, it looks like we have 3 sergeants becoming lieutenants, 2 road deputies are becoming corporals, and then we're adding 2 road deputies.
No, I'm sorry about that. We already, the corporals are in the corrections division, and they're currently there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
must
looked
have been
at the
a
wrong
typo
thing. No,
on my.
Jail lieutenant, got it. Okay.
So, yeah, so we'll have 1 lieutenant and 1 patrol sergeant, if everything is approved as proposed.
and there's several reasons why I'm promoting the sergeants that have been there a long time as sergeants to lieutenants, is because they're in the union. It's hard for them to investigate their own and for any internal investigations. And they're also, it's just much easier because of overtime issues, or they won't be up to, they won't be getting overtime. And so the sergeants can still make more than a lieutenant with the amount of overtime that they put in. So if it'll just kind of even out, maybe even be a little bit less for us by promoting them to lieutenants. And my jail sergeant is the only jail sergeant that I know of in the state of Oregon. The rest of them have rank of lieutenant or captain or undersheriff or captains.
Can I go back to the question about the corporals? So you already have the corporals in the jail?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, that's a typo.
So there should really be 15, so there should be 2.
Correct.
So this was your current, this was your
Yes.
planned,
Right.
and so,
The top 2 current should be corporals.
Okay.
That's a typo on my part. Sorry about that.
because there were 13 there, and then there's 15 on the new one. I'm just verifying.
Right.
that.
We're just asking for 2 more positions.
And those are both on patrol, which is a lieutenant, and then 1 more deputy. It's kind of the way it comes out
Yes.
at the end of the day. Okay.
And then on page 2, this addresses all the action issues.
Yes.
I'll take care of it.
Well, we fixed that by adding in the 9.8 I was talking about into the budget. Fixes compression issues.
Sheriff, do you have a total number for your budget for the year?
51, I believe. That was a mistake.
Page 51?
No.
You mean dollars?
Yes.
Oh,
Combined.
roughly 6.3
6.4 million.
Okay.
That's everything, phone, probation, dispatch.
Yeah, that's what I want to know, the entire operation, yeah.
Correct. It's
'cause
it's
it's
roughly
in-
6.4.
It's in general fund and restricted funds.
Yeah, correct.
And just to clarify again, Sheriff, it looks like the tally is the same between the sheet that you gave us today and what we had at the 44.33 FTE. It was just the financial monies in the budget that was missing. Is that?
Well, and also, there was, we forgot to, I didn't forget it, I didn't see it till yesterday, saw it this morning. The sergeant who was in charge of dispatch in the jail is no longer in charge of dispatch. So he moved up lieutenant, we moved a sergeant into corrections. I mean, not corrections, but communications. So that's where that difference was.
Who's on first?
Yeah. Who's on first?
All right. I don't have any other questions. Anybody else have questions for the sheriff?
I did, oh, did you have a question? Sorry. Did you have a question? I just was going to explain this.
Go ahead.
So what I did was Julie redid this page, the FTE page, and what I did was I did the revised proposed and against the proposed and showed you the change. That's from doing, I think we added the $5,000 to civil charges, and then we did all the payroll changes. So that's, each sheet is the different departments that affected. The sheriff's civil criminal account, the sheriff jail, and sheriff 911 communications. So those are all general fund departments. It also affected search and rescue. And to balance that, I just changed the Title III revenues. And it also affected adult parole and probation. And we just adjusted the carryover beginning fund balance. Everything in the general fund was adjusted to the road improvement fund, and then the last page is the road improvement fund as adjusted. So that's the so far adjustments in the sheriff's department. Were you going to talk about Marine?
Yeah, we were going to bring up the issue about Marine. As yesterday, I mentioned that we really cut back a lot on the Marine program because the State Marine Board cut us down some. We were asked them to, I think they bring over like $5,000 from the general fund to help out with that. In order to do that, we had to cut down a lot of like materials and services and repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance we blew out of the water because of the repairs that we've had to do on the boats and such forth. So we're asking, instead of bringing over $5,000, we can bring another $5,000 for make it $10,000 from the general fund, so we can bring those line items back up so we don't blow them out of the water, because you never know when we have.
Well, let's see. Well, I can't, if you go over there and punch in 53, because I only have a mouse.
Punch it in.
There we go.
So if you look at our year-to-date actuals on the Marine Fund, you can see on our repair and maintenance of equipment,
I didn't know where it was.
we're $1,943, and I can tell you I just signed a bill for $725 that's going to hit that line item also. On the scheme of things, yeah, it's not a lot of money, but the $5,000 that we're requesting would help the line items that we cut in the proposed budget. And if the board is willing to do this, what I would ask is that we move, and I have it broke down by line items. On the first one would be our overtime line item for Marine. It's at $1,000, and I would ask that it go to $1,750, which is line item 130-00 in the budget.
This one right here.
Correct. As you can see, this year to date, we're over the $1,000 that was budgeted, and we scrutinize our overtime very heavily. I mean, we only work it when we have to. So that would be the first one, which that would be a $750 increase in that line item.
Let me add something to that real quick. The two guys that we have working in Marine, they spend a lot of overtime, but they'll adjust their shifts because they know it's going to blow us out of the water. I mean, technically, we owe that to them, but they're willing to adjust some shifts here and there just to keep that down as much as we can, so.
Okay, so then I know if we did that, that'll probably change some little numbers down below on
Yeah, it won't change very much.
because it's not that big of a change. And then the rest of the changes that I would propose will be on the materials and services, starting with the first one, number 310, professional services, training and education. Currently, we proposed $400, and I would ask that we move that back to $750, which would be an increase of $350.
300, 750.
Correct. 750. The next proposal I would have is repair and maintenance vehicles, which is, I mean, if you guys have any dealings with boats, by definition, a boat is a hole in the water into which one pours money. I'm requesting that that be moved. We have proposed $1,000. I'm requesting that that be moved to $3,000 for a $2,000 increase.
Which one is that? Is that 430?
That's 430, correct.
Okay, say that again.
From 1,000 to 3,000 for a $2,000 increase.
Year to date, we're already at basically almost that.
The next line item I'm proposing is line item 580, which is travel. It's at 500, and I'm proposing 750, which is a $250 increase, which I know people ask, well, why do they have to travel? Well, the Marine Board, like I said yesterday, both Sergeant Heath and Deputy Sherbarth both instruct for the Marine Academy. They instruct all over the state, and the Marine Board gives us $169,000, and I'm asking us to put $10,000 towards this. Actually, it'd be $10,161 towards this program. And that's why I want to up the travel, because as you can see, year to date, we're already at that number. The next one would be our assigned vehicles line item, number 581. We had put in a $10,000 proposal, and we would request that that go to $11,000. And then after that would be line item 610, which is supplies for non-capital equipment. We proposed 300. We would ask that that go to 500. And if you look at that, it says, yes, we have not spent any of it this year, but that's because we know that we blew the repair and maintenance equipment line item out, so trying to come in within budget, we're not buying the things that were scheduled. For other materials and services, line item 615, I would request from their proposed budget of 300 to 500, which is again a $200 change. And then utilities proposed was 750, and I would request that that be moved to $1,000, which would then be a $250 increase, which is a total of $5,000, which would bring the contribution from the general fund from $5,161 to $10,161. But like I said, in return, not in return, but the state's kicking in $169,700 and change to the program. So, and what that benefits and what that brings to Curry County is well worth the $10,000 that we're going to kick in, or that I'm asking we kick in. So,
and we also, we host the annual jet boat class here, and it's a week long with deputies from all over the state and OSPs from the state as well. And that brings in a lot of money into our community as far as for the gas and fuel and the lodging and things like that. So, and we also go, when he's talking about travel, meals, and lodging, we also send our at least one deputy over to Grants Pass when they have the boat neck to help out with their races. We're going to have some races on our river where we're going to be asking for some help as well. So, like he said, the $10,000 to support this Marine program is really a drop in the bucket for what we have, so. To be able to keep it, maintain it.
Couple of process points. When I look at these year-to-date budgets, we're actually able to see where our spending's at, and I agree that you've probably got some cleanup to do there. You've got some you haven't used, you got others that were overspent, and I believe the rule still is, you know, as long as you stay within the category, the line items aren't really the issue. You all need to go back and make those changes and get that to Louise, because we want our proposed budget from you guys to have all that stuff in there before we start moving to finalize something. And so is that all that information in here?
Yep. Well, that I just gave Louise, it's the numbers that I just gave her would bring us up to a budget that we feel that we can live within for the Marine program.
I'm not sure what you're asking, Ken. Are you asking if the actual numbers are in our budget document?
So the captain just spent some time talking about modifying numbers.
Yes, I have all that written down.
So we don't have that included in the stuff we passed out this morning, correct?
No, the stuff that I passed out this morning was just the changes in that payroll that we discussed yesterday.
Perfect. So what I'm suggesting is I like to do things in order. If it's your proposed budget, we should have your proposed budget, because when we get done, we'll have the committee's budget.
Well, and I guess what I'm asking, or what we're asking, is for the committee to have listened to what I just asked for, which is an additional $5,000 to be spread out in the Marine budget as Louise wrote down. So what we're asking is for the budget board, we proposed a certain amount trying to stay within exactly what the state gave us, but we were $5,000 over that, and there was no place else left to cut. So what we're asking is that with the budget board's cooperation to make that fund viable and that the program viable, and so we're asking for an additional $5,000 over what we had currently asked for, and we're asking the board to do that at their approval and at their.
And I don't think we're at the approval stage yet. I see the first 3 days as hearing from all the departments, hearing what the proposed budget should be, and then I see us processing those on Thursday, and then hopefully reaching a good final decision on that. You know, if we're trying to do everything at one time, this meeting will take 10 to 5 every day. We might even come back next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But by getting all you guys and getting the information, that leaves us Thursday in a good position to go, okay, we heard from these people, everybody good? We're good. And then we can roll along and move. So we can't give an authorization today, which is why I'm asking you to make the adjustments on your proposed budget, so we have all that information at our disposal when Thursday comes.
Ken, are you asking me to give you a revised budget?
I'm not revising the budget, they're asking for a revision.
Are you asking me to give you a revised budget with those figures in it?
I'm suggesting if they're wanting to change their proposed budget, yes, we should have all that information available to us on Thursday.
Okay, so first of all, I cannot change the proposed column. So I would have to do it again and put all of the numbers into the approved column, which I do not do at this point. If you want it, if you're ready to discuss and you want to see it on Thursday, I might be able to do it, but you're going to be seeing it as it the same day you get it. I mean, what I usually do is tell you the dollar amount of the changes, but I don't revise the budget or hand that out again unless it's very, very complicated. I mean, we did it once last year, but that was because it was complicated.
Or we could leave it the way it is and sometime during the year have to do a supplemental budget to cover that.
For just, oops.
Mr. Huddle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So a process question here, and it goes back to Monday's meeting, or maybe last week's meeting, where we talked about what is the Budget Committee doing. The Budget Committee is reviewing a budget and making recommendations. There may be more than one way to do that. It sounded like your initial position would be we incorporate all the recommendations that you're going to make into a single budget document that would have these changes in the lines in the document. I'm wondering if another way to do it would be to have this document stay the same and just call out your proposed revisions so that when it gets presented to the Board of Commissioners for adoption, they can examine your proposed revisions one at a time. And okay, sorry.
That's not the way it works.
Go ahead, Louise. Why don't you kind of, it seems like we're in a process
So,
question here.
so can I say
you kinda-
something here? Because
Yeah.
I feel like when I ask a question, sometimes there's 29 other questions when
Yeah.
I'm asking for something really simple.
Okay.
These gentlemen from our sheriff's department came in today and they said, we think we ought to make some adjustments.
Yep.
We're not voting on anything today. If they're adjusting their proposed budget, when we sit down and do a final review, I want to know that all those changes are in there. I want to know that anything that came up in discussion with any department head, doesn't matter if it's sheriff's office or not, is included in the proposed budget. Then we should see what the committee approves, and then it goes on to the board for final approval. And this way, we're distinguishing the difference. Otherwise, you're putting us in a position of trying to approve things step by step by step, and what I'm suggesting is this is going to take forever.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear. The proposed column stays exactly the same as the first day I gave it to you. I cannot change those numbers. That's the proposed budget. The only column I can change is the approved one, which won't be official until you actually approve the budget with those new figures in it. What I have done in the past, and what I usually do, is I hand out something like this that tells you what the line was before and what it is after and what that change is. And then you vote to approve that, and when I put out the approved budget, which actually is the summary that goes into the newspaper, the summary, those figures is your approved budget. But I mean, I can give you the amount of changes, but I can't change the columns and resend out this budget proposed, because the proposed budget is the one I handed out on Monday, last Monday.
So I'm going to look at... She's saying is on this end line out here, she's got how much the change is that he's asking for. So here's what he proposed, and out here is the change that he's asking for, so we can clearly see and approve each one line by line if you want to. Is that how I'm seeing this?
Well, yeah, so I mean, we can go through on Thursday, say we're on Thursday. I would say, here's the changes that the sheriff proposed on the payroll changes. Do you approve that? And the committee votes yes, and so I incorporate that into the budget.
In substance, we've arrived at the same place.
But you're asking me to hand out the budget again, and I do not want to I cannot hand out the budget again. I can't change the budget.
I agree with Ken, and, you know, it took a long time to get around to what the solution was, what you're saying, Commissioner Pash. The requests aren't unreasonable, what we're talking about, but I think I want to see everything too. Doesn't mean
And
I'm gonna make it-
that's why I provide you with these handouts.
Right, but it wasn't clear up until the point Commissioner Pash pointed out that the way they're going to do it. Am I correct in thinking?
I'm sorry, because I thought that's what I was saying that I was going to do.
Anyways, I agree with you.
The
Yeah, but-
visual helped on that is what it was.
I think what happened is she started out saying, I'm not going to do that, and then she said she does it a different way, is what it sounded like to me.
I'm asking, I think, pretty simple questions. I'm just trying to be organized. I cannot process information in an unorganized fashion. I don't think anybody can. I just want everything written down, and then we can move along.
That's confusing, yeah.
And that's why this morning you got this. So we talked about this yesterday, so I handed out what that was. So you have that, so that's one change. I can do another one for the Marine to have for you. I'm not sure if I could have it today, but I might be able to have it tomorrow morning.
I think Thursday is fine, because that's when everything is getting processed, and we're punching through.
We won't make any more changes.
Are you sure?
Well, you may have to, because I have another question for you.
Okay.
As you know, this board is completely in support of the K-9 unit, and I'm looking at a $6 million budget, and you're telling me that to bring a K-9 unit in here is probably about another $50,000 because you already have the officers, am I correct?
Correct.
So the money well spent in a county is protecting our officers and protecting the public is what I think our job all is. So I'm wondering if adding that into the budget now, and if we get grants like Ms. Schmelzer and you are applying for, we can also put that back into the general fund to reimburse the general fund. But I mean, we're at a $6 million budget, and to have 2 canines in this county immediately, as quickly as you could move on that, to me would be a good investment in the county for the amount that would, it would affect the general fund.
I'm pretty confident that we're going to get the donations funds. In fact, yesterday, we had a guy says, what you need, and I'll write the check, so.
Good.
So that's on, budgeted on page 103.
That's just my thinking. If
I agree
the
with
chair
that.
would like to look at possibly adding that in, we can talk about that down the road, but I was just trying to get information from the sheriff. If he could move quicker on this, would he be interested in doing that? And are those resources available if you could move quickly?
And if you have donations, I'm sorry, Sheriff, but if you have donations, make sure you're including them on the revenue side as well.
Well, yeah, I don't like to include anything until I get them, you know.
Talk is cheap.
But we did in the sheriff's special reserve, which is.
Page
it's a
103.
It's a 128 fund. We budgeted for donations and expenditures. We budgeted $20,000 for canine donations, and then we also budgeted to spend that money knowing full well that it's a 128 fund. It's paper money until it becomes, hard currency. And if we don't collect it, we don't spend it. So there is a placeholder there for it, so.
So, since it's donations and Commissioner Pash is asking for that to be funded by the general fund, is that what you're asking for?
And until it can be reimbursed, yes, if it can be. If it can't be, then it can't be.
So,
It's still in
so,
civil criminal, so one quick question.
so if I put in the sheriff's special projects, if I do a transfer from the general fund of, say, 50, that way we would only take as much as you didn't get in donations,
Right.
and then just raise that non-capital to 79,000.
Okay, sounds good to me. It'll work.
And of course, you're only going to use up to what you have to have for that project. Is that what you're asking for?
And I'll go knock on some doors with you.
Okay, so,
I do have investors lined up, so that way if we do transfer in the money and we don't use it, that's a plus.
So what you're saying, Commissioner, we should budget it in, or recommend budget it in, and if let's say the funds that are sequestered, the SSR funds, come through sometime, we can do amended budget to pay that back?
Yes, exactly.
no, not really. What I'm saying is budget for a transfer in, and we're also budgeting for the donations. So if the donations come in and you don't need the transfer in, we won't do the transfer. But if you do, but it's there in the budget so that if you do not get those donations, the transfer only comes in at the end of the year when we finalize.
That would be the same with the
Yeah.
sequestered
So
funds you talked
he
about
can go
releasing.
out and spend the whatever $30,000 to do everything that he needs to do on July 1st. And I'm not going to do the transfer until the end of the year. In the end of the year, we'll know how many donations are and how much really has to be transferred. Yeah.
That means, in other words, we don't have the money in advance, we'll get it at the end if we need it.
No, we get it in advance. It doesn't, we pay it back in the end.
Well, basically, you're not going to show any revenue when you look at a thing like this. You're just not going to see a revenue
Right.
until you start getting your donations, and at the end of the year, we'll figure out how much you need to bring in from the general fund. So you're just not going to show revenue because not all of these show revenues until the end of the year anyway.
Past practice of starting a unit like this too, because once it's up and running, and the unit sees the dollar, see the impact that the dog has, it also generates people more involved and they donate more. There's a continuation process with that. And I think we'll see that in this country.
Absolutely. The way you're wanting to do this will help us get it started a little bit quicker.
Good.
Thank you.
I just had a concern, we're not sending a message, are we, that to potential contributors that the general fund hasn't covered? And, would want to really...
I don't think so. I think that we're saying that this, I don't think so. I think what we're saying, Commissioner Boyce, is that...
You got support.
Exactly. The commissioners in the budget committee support this idea, and if we get donations, perfect. And if we don't, we support it enough that we'll pay the difference of what we can't raise. I think that's the message you're sending. I think it's a beautiful message, and we appreciate it, and I think the public will also. So.
Good. That's why I said I'm going to go knock on doors with the sheriff, because it'll help raise, if we can help raise money, well, let's do it.
Yeah, and everybody that I've talked to, and in fact, I was at a recent meeting in Brookings, and everybody wants to see this up and running. Or the questions that I get is, why aren't we doing this? Let's get going.
All right, cool. Any more questions for the sheriff or the captain?
Just quick comment, this visual, the organizational chart, I've not seen before. Is this something new, or
Well, I just made that one correct. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
but...
it's not new that we do have an organizational chart. He just expanded it out and made it, just updated it is what he did. We've always had an organizational chart.
Okay. Has that been available to the public?
Yep.
I think that is good information.
If they ask for it, we don't have it out anywhere like on a website or anything. We can.
I just think, back to a good message, I think it's very helpful to, again, that visual. Thank you, Sheriff. Oh, one more question on your boats. What is the condition going into the summer?
What's that?
Your boats, general sense.
One's good, one's got a dent. Oh, you're talking about the condition?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't like to take our road jet up to any trainings, and because other people who are training on the boats don't know how to drive the boats, so I don't want it damaged. So we take the North River, which belongs to the State Marine Board anyway, and Sergeant He was telling us that this past week when they were up there, there was a little bit of an accident on our boat, and there was some caulking taken off of the boat, so new driver ran into the dock a little quicker than what he should have.
So your two deputies, if I may, Mr. Chair, quickly, just how long have they been with you? Sherbarth and Heath combined?
Been there 31 years. As a Marine deputy, probably 22, somewhere like that. Walter's been Marine deputy for maybe 15, 20 years.
Great.
I got about 40-something years of experience between the two of them.
Just want the public to kind of be reminded, we're really lucky to have them. Thank you, Sheriff. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Sounds like we've wrapped that up. Thank you, Sheriff Ward, Captain.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. It is currently 10:57. The only item that we left, we'll have to return to as a surveyor at some point, but let's stick with our schedule. We have a break at 11. We'll just go a couple minutes early. We'll do our break. We'll be back here at 11:15, and we'll meet with the district attorney on time. Meeting is adjourned. Attorney Everett Dial. Mr. Dial, please.
Thank you, Ken. Everett Dial, DA. Thank you, commissioners, and...
Your microphone in just... Turn the microphone in just a little bit.
Too loud or too...
Right there. Thank you.
Right? Okay. Commissioners and members of the Budget Committee. I'm the district attorney. We have a fairly small staff. Right now I have 4 full-time people. Josh Bansale is the deputy DA. Cassandra Van has passed the bar, and we're just waiting for her bar number, so she's DA number 2. Josh is on a grant, and so we have another open position, and I just was interviewing someone that I'm considering hiring for that position. I have Stacy DeLong, who's in the audience, my office manager. I brought her along because she knows more than I do about line items on some things. And Gwen Nielsen is my victim advocate, runs the victim advocate office. We also have a number of part-time people. We have a paid part-time victim advocate to help Gwen out, Jean Campbell. We have an investigator paid by a DSART grant, Ron Lindley, who is tasked to investigate domestic violence cases. We have irregular Kaylee Strain, who's a senior in high school that comes a lot of times at 3 o'clock and will work a couple hours helping us out in the office. I have a volunteer, Barbara Eels, who comes in usually every Thursday. I don't know if you folks know Barbara. She was my child advocate when I started. I came here in 2005. She was the child advocate then. She retired, and now she comes in and assists on certain kind of cold cases and looks at them to see if we can get them going. She also is doing file destruction for me. We still have boxes of files from 1965 down there that we need to get rid of, and our file room is kind of a disaster, as Gwen can testify. Jackie, we have Olivia Davis doesn't work for me, but she has an office in the basement across the hall from the victim advocate, and she works for Oasis. So we interact with her a lot because she works with people who are getting restraining orders and stalking orders and stuff, and often there's a criminal case that coincides with that. So, and also Oasis is a help to us as well. Jackie Antunes, as you guys know, is my Child Advocate Center director. She's gone independent, and so she's broken off from the county, and so I don't, although her budgets are up there, I don't think that they matter because she's not part of the county starting July 1. So anyways, we prosecute all the criminal cases in the county. Municipal courts don't do that. We do. And we do it for all the agencies, for all the police departments, for the sheriff's office, for the state police. Occasionally we'll get something from the state tattoo board or the state landscaping board or somebody else. Occasionally get some other unusual crimes from the state where people aren't licensed to do work and they're doing it, and they refer it to us. So those are kind of interesting. Anyways, so do you folks have... The DA office proper is mostly funded by the general fund. We get some income. Boy, what is this? What is this thing here? Is this supposed to be
Irrelevant to you.
It's the
That's
time
the
you say you
timer
don't talk too
for
long.
public comment.
Oh, okay. Wow. It's kind of scary looking. So, our budget has stayed pretty much the same as it was. A few things that we were kind of low on, we've raised the amount. A few things that we were higher on, we've lowered it. We do pay money to Redwood Memorial for their assistance with the medical examiner. The medical examiner used to be, we used to have a contract with Dr. Olson, who would fly over here in a Cessna and examine bodies at Redwood and do autopsies there. But now he is with the state police, finally hired him. So he's on a state police salary. He still covers 5 counties, and I believe he still flies over to Redwood and examines bodies there, which is a big help. Otherwise, we'd be driving them over to Central Point. So, and we help out with some of those dead body costs with Redwood. That's on the medical examiner line. Any questions about the court?
I just heard you reference Redwoods. I'm not familiar with.
Redwood Memorial Chapel. It's a private chapel, and it doubles. That's where if there are certain kinds of deaths, if it's an unattended death or an accident or a homicide or something, then it has to be examined by the medical examiner. And there's a list of what kind of deaths have to go to the medical examiner. And so Redwood functions as sort of as the county morgue. And so when we have a body that has to be examined by the medical examiner, it goes there, and Dr. Olson will examine it. Or just sometimes just have them get a fluid if they think it's an OD or something, send it off to the lab. But, yeah, they used to have the morgue at the bottom of the jail. And know, those of you that know Buzz Scanlon, he was a deputy DA here. He used to have to drive the bodies sometimes up to Coos Bay to get autopsied up there.
Is that the only mortuary in Curry County?
It's the only one I know of in Curry County.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know if there's
And
a...
it's a crematory also.
The Liddy building used to be a...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Won't go there.
They do cremations there too.
So, Mr. Dial, I'm looking at the general fund for your department up there, and I'm noticing that you're only 36.7% expended on salary regular during the current fiscal year. So why the huge gap on that?
We've had some open positions for a long time. It's just tough to get deputy DAs down there.
So it's attorney turnover?
We just had some vacancies.
Why is the difficulty in getting the deputy DAs here?
You got me. It's different. Recently it's been different. We're just not getting as many applicants as we have. We advertise at all the law schools, and we put an ad in the state bar bulletin that goes out to all the lawyers. I don't know what's happening.
Have you found the pay to be equitable, or is the pay an issue? Just wondering how we can improve and get
well, I'm sure if we
qualified
raise
people.
salary, if we raise the pay scale, it probably would help. But I don't know. We used to get a lot more applicants than we get now. I don't have an explanation for why that's changed.
Are there less people going to law school, or do you know?
So if you want my guess, I could speculate and just say that being a defense attorney is more fashionable now than it was in the past. That's speculation.
They make the big bucks.
Well, some do, I suppose.
Depends.
Any other questions for Mr. Dial?
No, sir.
And we should just roll right into Victims Assistance Fund unless you had anything else for us, Mr. Dial.
Well, the other budget we have is law library. We don't, there's a state security fund that's under my budget. I don't know why, because I have control of that at all.
It's him or me, so I chose him.
Thank you.
So,
Gwen, why don't you come up? So do you want to go to, which one do you want to go to? Criminal fines account?
What page are we on?
So he's going to start talking about the grants. They were in Fund 212, but I have moved them to the grant funds, so they're now in 250 and 251. So that tab is tab 28.
So while you guys are doing that, Gwen runs the victim advocate office. We're required to have a victim advocate. She does, she goes with the victims into court. She contacts victims in criminal cases, lets them know what their victims' rights are. She occasionally will go pick one of them up and give them a ride to the courthouse. I don't know if you folks remember Christine, but before Gwen was here, Christine was here. And one of my favorite victim rides was to go meet some homeless people in their tent and give them a ride in the DA car with their 3 dogs down to the substation so that I could interview them about a criminal case. Well, anyways, your imagination could do. Well, it was quite memorable. Anyways, so she does all that. She transports victims, contacts them, sits with them in the courtroom, sits through trials with them, helps them out, lets them know what their rights are. Did I miss anything? Okay. And then she also has to deal with all these grants, which is difficult dealing with that. So there's a number of grants. There's a fine, the criminal fine account grant. So that used to be called a unitary assessment grant. And it used to be that when a person was convicted in a crime, the court always imposed a unitary assessment on them. You had to pay this, I think it was $65 unitary assessment, and that went out to victim advocate's office. The problem was criminals don't pay their fines. So the legislature, and we're going to give them a point for brains on this, they decided instead to call it a criminal fine account, and they took part of the traffic ticket fines. So people that get traffic tickets, most of them pay that. And so they rerouted the money through traffic ticket fines, called the criminal fine account, and then that money comes to us under the victim assistance fine account. And so we get, that's one of the grants. There's also the VOCA Basic, VOCA's Victim of Crime Act for 1984. That's federal flow-through money that she gets. There was a VOCA one-time grant that expires September 30th, but we still get money on that. There's a VOCA SST, Support Services Training Grant, that she gets money on. That also expires September 30th. There's a VOCA expansion grant. When I see that, I always keep thinking I keep gaining weight. But that expansion grant was to actually give us money to hire another victim advocate. We hired Alicia Crone to work with the juvenile department on that grant. And so she's a juvenile department victim advocate. And so that's that. Do you want to talk more about your budget and the grants, or do you guys have questions on those grants? Our budget's almost entirely grant funded. I think this coming year it is entirely grant funded.
Yeah, and I look to Louise because she's.
We all look to Louise.
So the criminal fines, this is state money that comes in quarterly, in the same amount over the quarters, and it supports, I can't remember what percentage of Glenn, I can't remember. I think some of Jean is in here and some of you is in here. I don't remember the percentages. But it also supports, she's also in the VOCA Basic Grant. And so the VOCA Basic Grant is federal money through state. And so the grant ends in September of 2019, and the applications are being done right now, I believe, for the, yeah. So for 19, they're 2-year grants. So it's 1921 is a new round of grants. So I am expecting the expansion to be renewed in the basic, and I'm not sure about the SST, if that's this one-time 2-year piece or not. So we have to wait till the applications come out so we know what we'll be doing come next October. So I did take these grants when I consolidated all of the funds. These grants are now in the grant funds that we went over yesterday afternoon. The criminal fines is on page 193, and VOCA's, all of them, the one-time, the basic, the SST, and the expansion grants are on pages 160, 183
183, 85.
to 85.
Yeah.
So and the CAMI grant is not budgeted for this year. The CAMI grant ends June 30th, and Jackie takes over. She applied for it in her new nonprofit status for next year, so it ends June 30th. I do have a somewhat budget for it. CAMI grant is on page page 128. Looks like something was inserted here, so everything moved down, but what's budgeted for is to have a restricted fund balance, the carryover, CAMI grant's also paid in a quarterly fashion. It's not a claim grant, it's just paid a certain amount every quarter. So you usually have a carryover, and they allow you to have a carryover. But what happens now is, since the grant is ended for the county and starts again with the nonprofit that Jackie has, I budgeted to have a carryover and then pay out that carryover. I have to send it to the state, and then the state will send it to Jackie for her carryover. So I do have a budget there. It's small. It's just basically in and out. I'll have a carryover. I send the money to the state. And so that's all that we have for the CAMI grant.
And, Wally's House is actually having a potluck today to celebrate going independent nonprofit. And Jackie is not the only interviewer. The sheriff's office also has Donna Dotson and Maya Mello that conduct interviews, and some of the folks that work at Child Welfare go and do interviews at Wally's House, so it gets used. We have one other grant. It's a DSART grant, and one of the reasons our personnel money wasn't used as much is because I transferred Josh Spansale out of the general fund and into the DSART grant. So most of his salary is paid by that, and the DV grant also pays for Ron Lindley. It's administered by Leah Seavey of Oasis, and she administers the grant. We have a shortfall of $17,000 next year, so I'm transferring that money from the DA budget into the grant to help cover the salary.
Yes, the salaries, when the grant was applied for, the salaries were at a certain place. And so the grant is for 3 years. And of course, even by the time the grant started, the salaries had changed. And this year with the PERS rate, that changed, but she can only fund out of the grant the amount that was in the original application. So as salaries changes, her grant doesn't completely cover the salaries of the people that the grant is supposed to cover. So that's why the transfer. It's a 3-year grant. We're budgeting for, I think is it the second or third year of that grant? It's going to be the second year of the grant, and then we'll have one more year.
By the way, that case with the homeless folks in the DA cars and the 3 dogs, we did win that. They were our victims. And, we actually have prosecuted a number of cases with homeless victims. We had one when I first started where some kids in Brookings had some Roman candles and were firing them at homeless people in their sleeping bags. We got them convicted. So we take our victims as they come. Any questions?
No, just comment. Thank you for your service, not your military service, but your continued service to the county. Usually we hear that term, we think of people being in the military. You've operated on a pretty slim budget for years. You've done very well with the employees you have, and that needs to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Top cop. Any other questions for Mr. Dial or any of his employees? Nope. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Although I think Stacy wanted to come up, right?
Yeah, come on.
Good day.
Perhaps we could take this time to do, were you going to stand in for the surveyor, Julie?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So Julie Schmelzer will take the surveyor's spot.
What page? The county surveyor is on page 40.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think we should make her get at the podium.
Does she mic?
Podium if I can find
She's got a
my-
mic.
Okay.
It's all out of whack
Give me a
already.
minute here.
Holy cow.
Thank you.
Tabs 8.
I have a huge mess. turned this thing too many times.
So my name is Julie Schmelzer. I'm the Director of Community Development, and I'm here speaking on behalf of our surveying program. Our county surveyor has recently resigned. He'll be done at the end of the month, so wasn't quite sure whether he would show up at today's meeting or not. I did just want to share with you some of the history of the department and some of the challenges we have going forward. We used to have an elected surveyor that was up until 2015 when the surveyor at that time had passed away, so we went to an appointed surveyor. Over the years, the surveyor had done a lot of, it started out where he was doing a lot of field work, and then eventually the field work declined and we ended up hiring staff to actually help out with that program, so they started doing the in-the-field work. If you look at the chart I gave you, the top graph shows basically the work that the surveyor has been doing, as the hours that he's been putting in have been declining, but the field work has been increasing. So what that tells me is, moving forward, we need to find a surveyor that is willing to go out and do some of that field work, so we can try and get the best best bang for our dollar. The other thing I wanted to just share with you real quick was historically we've had some ups and downs as far as what we pay in that department. It's a little erratical. 2 years ago, we were paying the county surveyor $56 an hour and the admin assistant $15.50, and we had 2 summer helps that were being paid $15 an hour. We still pay the county surveyor $56, the administrative assistant slightly more at $16, but the field help has actually dropped down to $14 an hour. And I think that could have something to do with why we're having difficulty getting field help to stay in the program and actually do the surveying work. So, bottom line is there's really not much different to plan for in the budget other than to take a different approach, and that is to advertise for a surveyor and try and find a surveyor that can do the field work as well as the office work, because that should help save us money on the bottom line with the field crew. We also are given money for a cornerstone program to go out and check all the cornerstones and make sure the markers are in place. I'm looking at a different approach to doing that to see if perhaps we can use students or interns to actually put those cornerstones in place. That is something that I'll be working on moving forward. As of right now with the budget, it would remain as is until we can decide whether or not we can do that type of program. So, Mr. Smith has done a very good job with the program. He's helped get a lot of surveys online. He's done a lot of cleanup in that department. I think it's just, like I said, he has resigned, and I think it's just time for us to take a different look at how we actually do things in the department and see if we can improve how it works.
So overall, I see the cost going up about $47,000 a year, $20,000 increase on irregular salary.
So this was the budget that was put together by the current surveyor.
Okay.
And I did not want to touch that, but the hopes is that that would actually go down, that we would find a surveyor that can actually go in the field as well, which would reduce the amount of irregular hours we would need.
There looks like there is an error in here too. It looks like that what was adding up, the budget worksheets have a payroll page, and they feed into the budgeted page. And it's looking like the percentage of the Director of Operations that was added to the budget was added to irregular, because everything else there is there? No, I guess not. That's not. Because that 8,667, that is Julie. Okay. So yeah, the cost went up quite a bit on that because of those in-field work people.
Commissioner Pash.
What is the state or national standard for a surveyor? Because that just seems like a lot of money per hour for a surveyor. I'm just wondering.
Well,
Do you know? If you know.
I don't know offhand. I do know that if you're going to pay a private surveyor to go out and do work, it's pretty expensive per hour. You know, they're actually out there finding the pins and doing a full-blown surveyor. With a county surveyor, a big portion of their position is reviewing a different surveyor's work for accuracy. Now, there is sometimes they'll go out there and they'll actually set the surveyor markers, for example, if the county would request, but a lot of it is double-checking plats, lot line adjustments, or the work of other surveyors is a big part of it. So that would not be the same price that you would pay as a private surveyor.
Right. It seems a lot of that is administrative, though. It's not, it's not in the field. So I don't know. For me, $56 an hour, and I don't mean to minimize their position, but it's just a lot of money.
Yeah, the position did not start out at $56 an hour. My understanding is the current surveyor was paid less and then threatened to quit and was then offered $56 to keep him on board. That's before I got here, though, so I couldn't tell you the history of what he was paid before the 56.
Okay, thank you.
And that's a required position, right? Required service of the county.
Correct. A county must have a county surveyor, and they can either be elected or appointed, but you must have a county surveyor.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Question. So basically, you're going to ask us to approve the 60,000 figure, which is an increase over 43,000 is what Ken was saying, number one. And I guess I'm kind of curious how I can approve something and hope it comes in lower. Maybe I'm off track here. But.
Yeah, and this one has caught us in a little bit. So he resigned about a month ago, and we have not started seeking a replacement yet, so we just don't know what that budget is really going to look like. I guess my opinion was just to leave it the way it is, to be better safe than sorry and run short.
Commissioner Gold.
So are we looking at a full-time surveyor now or a part-time? Because I know Mr. Smith was part-time.
It would remain part-time. We do not have to
Okay.
work for a full-time surveyor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Can we contract that out? Is it more money to contract it out for part-time?
So I did ask the state, I wrote the state board and asked them if we could use a different county's surveyor as our appointed surveyor, or if we could contract it out, and I have not heard back from the state on that. I do know that you could find a surveyor and, name them or appoint them as your county surveyor. I did reach out to one surveyor here, and they were not interested. Primarily, if you are a county surveyor, you can't check your own work. So if you're doing a lot of surveying work and you're a county surveyor, it kind of knocks you out of doing survey work in your own hometown. So we're having to look at different options. One is, I've also asked another surveyor in another county, and he said, no, there's just the travel time wouldn't work. So I'm back to working with the board, the state board, to see what options they have. They're not the fastest at responding, but we're still working at it.
A state agency?
So would that be Coos County that you might have reached out to, or did they have a full-time?
I actually worked out to Josephine, only because I knew he had a large crew, and I knew how he operated, and it was somebody that I worked with in the past and trusted. I've not reached out to Coos yet.
I was just curious if they had a full-time or half-time position there. So, thank you.
Sure.
You might even check into Del Norte County down below, as long as they have the appropriate licensure in the state.
I did think of Del
Closer.
Norte, but the problem is they have different state licensure requirements. So you have to be registered in the state of Oregon.
I was just at a land property management conference, and Coos County Surveyor does their property management, and I talked to him, and I think he's got his hands full up there, so I don't know that that's an option.
Did you say he does their property management also?
Right, in other words, they're doing a foreclosure sale up there this weekend, so he's handling that kind of stuff for them.
We did have a gentleman who was a surveyor, and he was doing a lot of the field work. And I think he was a little frustrated because he was doing a lot of the field work and he wasn't being paid very well. So there is the option to go back and meet with him and see if he would be willing to take on some of the office work in addition to the field work.
Commissioner Boyd?
Well, you've probably thought of this, but when it comes to the cornerstone funds, that should be increased for us if there's a way, because of the fire damage to try. There's going to be a lot of extra recovery work, as you know, with just a sheer amount of acreage in the steps to try and get back those markers. So that's going to be something we're going to be dealing with for quite a while, I think. Thanks.
So Julie, would it be possible by Thursday for you to go back in history and take a look at when there was a full-time, what pay classification they were at, just to give you kind of a ballpark idea? I get the point about not having a full-time person, but it might be good to see sort of what the Curry County history was about what the, was it an E12, was it an E15, was what range and salary step and all that stuff, just to kind of have a baseline for Thursday.
I do know that we were paying more. If you look at the chart, of course, the first dot is where he was at the chart, and then you can see it went up slightly, and then 14, 15 is when he had passed away. So when we had a regular full-time survey, and he wasn't full-time, he was still a regular at that time, but it was a higher salary. So we have been going down. The problem we're coming into is the professional side, I should say the side of the surveyor is continuing to going down, but the field work side is going back up. So we need to find somebody that can do both versus paying two people.
When the surveyor left and returned, he had retired on PERS and could not work a certain amount of hours, so that's another reason why it went down, is because his hours were reduced because he could only work a certain amount of hours because of his PERS retirement.
My suggestion was thinking that if the way to bring in somebody from outside of the county, it might be a bit more appealing if they could get to sort of that half-time ratio and maybe do 2 10-hour days, so they're not over here in the county like 3 days a week, and make it a win-win on both sides. That's a little out of the scope for the budget committee, but just a recommendation for you. I don't have any other questions on surveyor. Rich?
Are we eligible for any funds on the cornerstone replacement due to the fires from FEMA or any disaster relief?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
The cornerstone does cover replacement of the cornerstones from the fire, yes.
But it'll be increased due to the amount of work, right?
Well, the bottom chart shows, the yellow shows the cornerstone dollars. It does show them down right now, but that could be that perhaps they're just not accounted for in the budget yet. But we did receive quite a bit of money to do the cornerstone project.
Can we get more?
Isn't that collected by the clerk? Renee is here, so she might be able to tell you how that fee works.
Renee Golan, Curry County Clerk. The statute requires the commissioners to set that fee, and it's no more than $10 on deeds and mortgages that are recorded in our office. So yes, the county clerk staff collects that portion of those funds. I think it's an average of $35,000 a year that we collect and turn over to the Corner Preservation Fund. So you'd have to check on the statute to see if you can charge more for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for surveyor? All right, hearing none, let's move into occupancy. You made it. How you feeling? Good,
Okay,
thanks.
no Walker. I was under contract to do this for him if he couldn't appear, so.
And so what tab will we find occupancy under?
Okay, so you want to do the admin one first, Eric?
Certainly.
Okay, admin is on page 161, and that's tab 24.
We had a few changes in the utilities end of that fund. We had an increase in occupancy, mostly on the Colvin building, where we had to up the waste disposal, electricity, water, sewer. We have a full load in that building now that was not included in the last year's budget.
But to counteract that, you're now collecting rent.
Exactly. That offsets with the rent increase.
But the rent does not go to this fund.
I don't get to see any of the rent. That goes directly into the general funds.
Yep.
So we'll have to dole from the GF into materials and utilities. That also covers the janitorial supplies.
So this is the budget for what we refer to in the school district as clean and ready for use. So small repairs, cleaning, this is the budget that takes care of that for the county, and the county buildings.
It's mostly like light repairs, less than 1,000.
And so this is one of the ones that, the handout on Monday, the square feet occupancy charges for admin fees. This is the fund that is spread to all the departments according to their occupancy of space.
Out of curiosity, and I know you may not have the answer to this right at your fingertips, but do we know what our average estimated rent is from Colvin? I'm looking at just
From which one?
Colvin building.
The Colvin building?
Just a ballpark figure. It doesn't have to be exact.
Colvin building is the one that's like behind us?
Yes.
I think it's 2,700 or something like that a month.
$28.75 a month.
Thank you, John.
I was really close.
What was the figure again?
It's amazing.
34.5.
And those are outside funds that are new to the county's GF.
We're good. I'm just checking numbers that went up, and we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. There will be a change, I anticipate, halfway through this upcoming budget on the professional services janitorial. Our custodian is going to retire this next spring. So I went out and asked for proposals from 2 different outfits. And I've got one from Coos Bay where they hire individuals with handicaps, disabilities that are fully functional in the janitorial field. They came in with some good numbers, monthly cost, that might have to get moved up into, this depends on if the custodian, the current county employee, decides whether or not to retire. This is something that we might want to look at outsourcing in the future. They came up with some good numbers, and they would also encompass all of the materials, janitorial supplies and everything for $2,600 a month. That's 3 days a week, all the buildings, which is comparable. And it's a good outfit. I like to give these people a hand up when possible. As
So
far as the general-
it's comparable now to our current expenses, annual expenses, is they're about even?
It is. And that would be one less employee, including benefits, et cetera, even though it is just a .70 FTE.
I'd imagine, well, 31.2 is the contract cost. If you went with them, that's probably going to be less than the employee at a .7 would be my...
Exactly. That might be an item we want to outsource.
Commissioner
So
Gold.
did you include, when you got the cost of this, did you include PERS and the benefits, the health insurance, the janitorial supplies, all of this?
Yes, and the $2,700 a month, including janitorial supplies for the whole campus, including the jail. You'll notice my janitorial supplies, I'm running thin on that one. The sheriff decided that they wanted occupancy to purchase all of their janitorial supplies, which happened halfway through this year, so that was another push on that percentage rating as compared to where we are this year. And that would all go away as well.
So it sounds like to me, we're going to be money ahead simply because the individual I'm thinking was a member of the union. That would mean more wage increases and
Yes.
PERS, et cetera, so.
Yes, and the name of the outfit is the Bay Area Enterprises out of Coos Bay, if anybody wants to do the research on them. They've got an excellent field record. They are HIPAA and CJIS certified, every employee, full background checks.
Bay Area?
Correct, Bay Area Enterprises.
I just want to, again, go back on point. So these are things you've looked at but are not included in this budget, or are these things that you've looked at and are included in your
They are
proposal?
not included. in
Not
this
included,
budget.
okay.
What you would see is a shift from, well, I don't have to explain this to you, from payroll benefits and everything into the top line, 220, 345, professional services, janitorial. I anticipate that number to change about halfway through with Luisa's help.
So that would be, if the decision is to go that route, then that would be during the year a supplemental budget to move from payroll to professional services.
Yes, and that's the only change that I anticipate in this particular fund.
Rich, did you have a question?
Yeah, how long is that contract if you decide to?
We can adjust it every 4 months as far as cost rating compared to janitorial equipment supplies, and it's a 1-year contract, renewable within 30 days with notice.
Are they going, I know that you may not know this, but are they going to hire from our local community?
Most of the employees are in Coos Bay from Coos County. They have a home there where they do training, etc.
So they would transport them down here?
Yes, they would at no cost.
Do we have anything in this community where we can put some of our folks?
That's what I was wondering, people in minimum security, maybe somebody doing an outsourcing with the courts or something, we could have
I looked into that, and there are none available in this county with the uprising with the Mentor project. In the past, we used Mentor, and that became so top-heavy that it was cheaper to go back to a custodian at that point. And plus, I wasn't called in every night to fix something where someone had broken or failed to lock, or it wasn't as tight an operation as we need for these facilities. But that was the only one available that I'm aware of. Something might change tomorrow, but this outfit out of Coos looks real good.
one more question. Are they, I'm sure they're licensed, are they bonded and everything? I mean,
Yes, they are.
okay.
And I did the background checks on their background checks, and they all came out positive.
Relative to timing, I want to make a point that it's noon. I'm making the recommendation that we push through, finish with Eric Hansen. especially given the fact that he's here a couple of days after surgery and standing there without the assistance of anything, and we'll make up that time on our return. So we'll still take a full hour for lunch, and we'll just fall just a little bit behind in the afternoon, but I'm sure we'll catch up before the end of the day. Everyone agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Decay.
So I don't have any other questions on this portion of the budget. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Hanson, what's the next division?
That would be the
That's,
233,
Page 180, Fund 233.
repair and construction projects.
You want to?
Tab 27 it's looking like? Yep. 180.
This is the 5-year plan that I've been developing and maintaining.
Thank you.
Hold your feet to the fire.
Did you say 180, 181, or 183?
It's page 180, 181.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. That's the old one. I mean, look, it's, all the budget is to transfer it to the new fund, so it's now under the internal service funds 220, Fund 221, which is tab 25. So
What
it's
page is that?
166.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So the history was on that other page I told you about, but the current budget is on this page.
You might notice the courthouse light improvement projects. I've managed to complete that, and I've already seen a return in the Coos Curry electric bill. That will pay for itself in 2.5 years. So that was a investment that I'm thankful to the county to enable me to achieve.
So this fund is funded by the general fund. So it's an internal service fund that's completely funded by the general fund. It's a little bit less because we're transferring in the $40,000 from the carryover from where the fund was before to this fund. So it's just under $300,000 budget, which pays for half of Eric. And then we budgeted for another full person. This included an additional employee added to this budget.
Is right now, occupancy facilities does not have a FTE except for myself. It's time where we began a training process. I'd like to bring on another person on board and get them trained and ready for the future. Younger person is, I'm wearing out. It's time to pass the torch, and I'd like the opportunity to train the individual properly. And that salary is entirely in the 233 budget.
So the materials and services here, the repairs and maintenance building, so those are the kinds of repairs that happen throughout the year. Like recently, the HVAC system for the annex here went out, had to be repaired. So those are the ones that are here. And then down under capital outlay, $30,000, that's for the 5-year plan construction projects. Now, that's a little bit lower than we have been budgeting, and that's because a lot of those these repairs and maintenance project costs were basically kind of hiring contractors to do the work, and Eric wants to use this new employee person to perform the work rather than hiring outside contractors.
Yes, in the past 12 years, I've accomplished most of the infrastructure corrections, repairs, deferred maintenance, using outside contractors where it's required to have a license. At this point in the buildings program, 99% of that is complete. The buildings are sound, redone, upgraded all of the infrastructure. And now we're down to the paint, carpet, things like that that do not require a licensed individual tradesperson. And that would explain part of this salary increase into this budget.
Okay. Rich?
So you're saying that if you did hire additional persons, that person would be doing the painting, which would?
A lot of the repairs, painting,
interior,
carpet
just the
installation. You know, I don't like to use the word mundane because they're not, but in layman's terms, things that won't blow up if they're done wrong.
GSA services, general services.
Oh, yes. Is it possible to utilize the juvenile department through Wendy on the contract she talked about the other day to do the interior painting? I'm not sure what you'll end up with in the end, but...
Exactly. You're not sure what you'll end up with the end. And a lot of it requires scaffold work, power tools, things like that that eliminate the possibility of juveniles performing those work functions.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one question on your debt service, the interest payments at $5,293. That seems to be a lot of money. Is that paying, or what is that?
This is an old loan. Thank you, Marilyn Schaefer. May she rest in peace, that the county is still saddled with.
Courthouse.
It's courthouse windows.
Courthouse windows. Yes, that was an Oregon-funded, I can't remember the name of it.
Well, it's Oregon Business or something. It's the state of Oregon loan. What's the length of that loan? It's
Our
like
lifetimes.
20 years or so.
Plus.
20 years remaining on it?
Well, there's like 6 years, I think, remaining on it, but it was a 20.
Paying on the principal.
What's the balance, do you know?
I have it, I can bring it after
16?
lunch.
I
I
think
have
it's
a
still
thing.
at 20.
20?
Yeah.
It's closer to 20 than 16.
I have an amortization schedule that shows what the balance is and everything. I can bring that after lunch for you.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to know what it was. I'm good. I think I've had enough of an explanation.
Commissioner Boyce has been to Salem, and he's the fourth commissioner that's approached it with requesting a write-off, basically.
I'd like to tell you I got close. I think Commissioner Huxley did some significant work also on that 2 or 3 years ago.
And before that, George Rhodes and David Idson both went to Salem as well, and came up with the same results as you did, Commissioner.
Okay.
You warned me.
I don't have any further questions. Rich?
This is going to probably tie into a little bit what I'm going to be asking later on the treasurer's or the elections budget. I've noticed that they're carrying interest to the state too. My question would be, under the road fund statute, can we borrow that over a 3-year period, or does it have to be paid back the next year? Because we're paying interest out when we could be maybe getting that interest if we paid it off and borrowed it as loan from the road department. Am
I think it could be borrowed over a 3-year period. I think it has some, I could look it up and get back to you after reading the statute particularly, but I don't think there's a 1-year payback time period. I don't know that that's even feasible or practical in a lot of cases.
No, I had the statute. There was a 1-year and a 3-year.
Okay.
That you could do, and it wasn't totally clear. But in the other one, we borrowed money for the voting machines for X amount of dollars, and I have it all broken down for later. But there was a substantial amount of interest, $5,800, that we were paying the final 2 payments on that, and now we have this. So are we ahead if we look at loaning that and collecting interest and kind of offsetting and just throwing it out as an idea, probably more to the commissioners.
You mean kind of a combined loan and clear them up and
Clear them up, get the
pay
interest
less
back.
interest?
We're paying, in the next 2 years, we'll be paying $5,800 in interest, or $59 on the voting machines. And I have it all broke down. I was kind of saving it, but now that this was brought up, perhaps we should look at doing that, because in the elections department, they're going to have to pay those payments anyway for the next 2 years, whether we get the interest or the state gets it. The only difference would be is our outlay this year and where it's coming from, like the road fund. So I just want to throw that out there, something we might want to think about. I don't want to keep the gentleman here longer while we're hashing that out, but
Well, I understand completely and entirely. It would be better if they could be paid out from some other source, exactly like you described. It would save us a lot of interest monies.
The interest rate on the policy we did on loaning road funds is, I'm sure, lower than the rates that we are paying the state.
Absolutely.
you're paying right around, I think, 4% to the state on the loan for the voting machines.
It's 4%, just a little, 4.035.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Hanson?
Eric, I just have a question, and maybe it's in a different budget, but looking at the repair and construction projects, I noticed that you don't have the railroad building on here. Does that show up someplace else?
No, that's wrapped up into the same 431 repair and maintenance.
Okay. I just want to make sure we don't forget
We
that
no
one.
longer carry a separate South Annex. In the past, we had South Annex and North Annex and campus. Right now, they're all combined.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanson. I'm sorry.
Quickly, the temp company you talked about in Coos County, would they be rotating their employees, prospective custodians coming down here, or would it be one person?
It would be one group of 3 to 4, and they would be the same people. That was one of my concerns. I didn't want it to be an ongoing training program.
Gotcha. Okay.
They will be the same personnel in these buildings, and it would be in the evenings. I could set it up with every outfit except for the state courts. I can't make that decision. They could come back during the day to do the state if they didn't agree with the after-hours procedure. But it's a lot easier on everyone if it is after hours, and that's what these folks are proposing, after hours.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Appreciate you coming in today. I'm glad to see you're up, moving around. Don't kick and don't push your leg out to the side.
You're right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so a little bit of housekeeping. Who does Summer Madison report to? Matson. Who does she read? Could you ask her to maybe come at 1:15 so she's not sitting out in the hallway for 15 minutes? Sure. And if it's okay with everybody else, we would just reconvene our meeting at 1:15. Is everybody good with that? I'm sure we will catch up. Thank you. You just walk over to... Should we wait for our budget officer? I'll take that as, okay, we're going to start our meeting on time. It is currently 1:16 p.m. We are reconvening our Budget Committee meeting. We're 15 minutes late because we ran over 15 minutes in the morning session. We did have an hour lunch break. First up at 1:15, we do have Summer Madison for Economic Development.
What page is that, do you know?
Is that general fund or non-general fund? Non-general fund. So it'll probably be right there,
Tab
number
16.
16, page 98. All right. All right, Summer, in process.
What do you want to hear? So we haven't had an economic development department for a couple of years. So the past couple of months, we have been focusing on reestablishing, rebuilding, and maintaining some of those core relationships within the region and the state that are going to help us accomplish some goals that, as a Department of One, we might not otherwise be able to accomplish. And that involves tourism, workforce, housing, community empowerment, small business recruitment, retention, expansion. So you'll see my numbers here they're pretty simple. So there's a couple of line items that are substantial, and I can elaborate when you're ready.
Just go ahead. I always read through these, but please.
Okay, so I'm going to skip down to professional services. That's 310. And so with professional services, training and education, I have slotted enough funding in there to complete the 5 remaining courses that I have left in order to be certified as a state economic development entity. And so that gives us more experience and skin in the game as far as applying for grants, being considered for different work groups, etc. Let's see. And then 31015 is community education. And so I expect that I will be using that to some extent to support and promote programs for things like business soft skills, tourism, hospitality. Mind you, these will all change because we're still identifying the needs of the local resources and organizations. For 315 conference fees, I have $2,000 listed there. I expect or hope to use that in a means for hosting or facilitating local conference, supporting workforce recruitment and retention, engaging our chambers, our schools, or small business support system. Something similarly focused on community and economic development, which in turn supports our tourism. So we'll get to the big one. 330 is professional services general. And I am working with a partnership that is working to sustain 2 grants for us that will help bring a youth partnership and intern program into Curry County in all 3 schools, and also working closely with South Coast Development Council that represents us on a more regional basis, and so maintaining that relationship with funding to have a voice in those areas that we may not have the capacity currently. Let's see, other ones I highlighted. Legal advertising, that was not something that I changed. It was there from last year, and I felt probably legally it would probably be a good idea to leave there, and if it's not needed, move it somewhere else. Number 542 is advertising other, and so I'm excited to use this fund. I'm sure I'll use it all. That's to promote local tourism, training, and commerce events, main streets, small businesses, chambers. This morning I went to a listening session in Port Orford, and one of the biggest things that the business owners brought to the table is there's not enough communication, and they don't even know how that should be happening. And so I'm looking forward to investing in helping them identify what that looks like. Let's see. 610 is supplies, and that is at 1,300. I expect with some conferences and training sessions that we'll be putting on, there will be materials that will need to be purchased. I'm expecting maybe a projector. We don't have one consistently even in the Board of Commissioners office, so I'm hoping that that's a resource that we can obtain and keep available. Skip down to 615, that's other materials and services. I've listed that at 2,400. I feel like the cost for miscellaneous community training fees or housing work studies, possible match for in-kind for other grant opportunities or events locally to support chambers and commerce. Last one that I made special note on is $650 dues and memberships. That's basically for our tourism and economic development partnerships that allow us access to resources, research, and the materials that are collected and made available to us easier for grants and such reports.
So I just did a quick overall look, and salary benefits is up 45,000 overall. It's only up 40,000, so there were some reductions in materials and services, but you guys didn't do hardly any spending out of that account. I mean, I'm looking at the year-to-date, and it's 40%, and we're 83% currently. So there's a good portion of carryover money.
There wasn't a economics person until summer. So that was kind of in limbo for about half the year, so.
Is that the reason difference in salary?
This salary difference also has a
0.10 Julie.
0.1 of Julie in there now too. Okay. And also the difference in salary was the former person that was doing economic development had only like a 0.25 or something of her going to economic development. Now we have someone who's a full FTE plus the 0.1 from the director of operations.
I can just elaborate a little bit. So in the past, when the county decided to, I don't want to say do away with economic development, but they handled it differently by just giving money to organizations to do economic development. This is the first year we're actually bringing it back as a program. Some of the things that Summer is working on is she's actually working on a program to help whereby every student in the county would have to go through an internship program to get credits to learn life skills and job skills. Another one is working on workforce housing and knocking down the barriers to workforce housing so we can get people that want to come here and have a job, sheriff's deputies, etc., actually be able to find housing. So she's also one of the big projects she's working on with others is we had the fire department or the fire chief come and tell us that one of what we could do as a county to help them would be to get more boots on the ground, to train more people for firefighting. So Summer is working with a group that is in the process of designing a firefighting or emergency response training facility. So those are the types of things she's doing. So we're going from basically just taking our money and farming it out to a little group here and a little group there to actually bringing it back in-house and proactively doing economic development again. The good thing is her salary is paid with the lottery dollars, so it's kind of a win-win. We really don't expend money on her, but yet she in turn brings all this money in and can help kids with education or marketing the area. So in a nutshell, that's pretty much what she's been doing since she started in February.
Commissioner Pash?
Two things. The professional service reduction, is that because we're not outsourcing
That's right.
so much? So that is a drastic cut there from 28.9 down to 14. Can you expound maybe a little bit on the two grants, what the value that you've applied for or working toward, what the values of those could be?
So we haven't signed on the grant yet, and we're not sure what the numbers are yet, but they're big enough that we needed help writing, getting the grant written.
Okay.
I can say it'll be at least $80,000.
Thank you, because I was like saying, you know what? Oh, I can't tell you. Thank you. Commissioner Gold.
I'm just kind of looking at a long-term question. And economic development to me is eventually bringing money back into the county. Do you have a long-term goal as to where you want to focus to get that to happen?
So that's a great question. And working with the regional partners, we are all working with the cities to help re-identify what the needs are. And every community is different. So we are working to get that on paper with a strategic plan that will hopefully fall right in line with the county's plan. So I couldn't tell you what that is right now, but I can tell you that all the partnerships are giving their 2 cents and giving some pretty good information and research as to what that needs to be.
So question, I would expect or hope that this plan be part of our strategic plan as a county.
Yep.
I have a question. Where did you find your grant writer and the fees?
The contractor that we came to partner with came as a recommendation or a reference from the youth partnership program that we're working with, and they had shared that they had had success with that entity, and so we proposed what we were looking for and asked if it was doable within our dollar range.
Is this someone we could use in the future for the county with other grants that we?
I would not say no. Yeah, I think.
Just more curiosity than specific.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the $61,000 figure there and the investment, and just watching to the extent you have been really well received in the communities and the lead that this is helping the county to take, I think is no better word than investment. And so, I heard you both also mention workforce housing, and doggone, everything keeps coming back to that. And so to the extent that we all can be invested in that, and that is just like the district attorney today talking about, okay, why don't people want to come to Curry County if that's in fact the case? The number one thing that pops up is, where do we find a place to live, a good place to live? And so working with the Curry County Housing Task Force, all that you're contributing there, in some ways, $61,000 seems like a lot of money. In some ways, it seems like, very small investment that could bring and bear a lot of benefits down the road. So we're just very excited for what you're getting done so far. I don't know how you get it all done, but I know you're really dedicated, and it's that enthusiasm is catching. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments for Summer? Yes.
I just wanted to point out that we are transferring the money to cover the Director of Operations 10% of her salary from the general fund to this fund. So in the future, when the economic development revenues start coming in, we will no longer do that, but for this budget we did.
I saw that, thank you. That's $12,345, which covers not just her salary, but her benefit costs.
Salary and benefits, yes.
Excellent. Any other questions for Summer?
Might I add that we added bridge lighting fund into the economic development
How are you going to use those $400?
Well, I'll tell you, a few years back, after everything was replaced on the bridge, it was decided $400 was about the average cost for maintenance annually. So I have that $400, but what I'm even more excited about is I had the epiphany. I get like $82 a month for serving on Gold Beach City Council, so I can cash those checks, give them to JJ in the office, and then he'll put them into the bridge lighting fund. So you just wait to see what it looks like next year.
Very nice.
I saw it real late last night. It was not quite bright enough, but absolutely gorgeous.
Well, thank you, Summer.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time today, and thank you for your continued service to the county.
Thanks.
So what are we doing for planning?
Ms. Crockett, yeah.
Planning would be me.
So you have a 3 build tab.
Let me just find it.
I thought Crockett was supposed to be here for planning.
She wasn't available to be here this week, so she gave all of her stuff to Julie to do it for her.
I saw her here yesterday.
So you'll have planning and building, it looks like?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with planning, and what tab will we find that under, please?
Planning is in the general fund.
Thank you.
Trying to read sideways.
Tab 7.
Tab 7.
Thank you. Community Development and Planning, page 37.
Who's got the mouse? Louise, are you
I'm
going
sorry.
to work the screen?
Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the handout.
Okay, planning, community development, the planning division is another division that's a little up in the air, shall we say. As of the first of the year, we had a planning director that was 0.25%, and we had a administrative assistant slash planner who had just resigned. So as of the first of the year, we hired a new planning director. She walked into an office which really she had no guidance walking into. The woman who had resigned agreed to stay on to help her transition. So from there, the planning director began to start rebuilding the department. The planning director is a woman by the name of Becky Crockett. She's a very talented woman, but she did come into some issues, and her and I have talked about needs and what it takes to get the department up and running, and she prepared this PowerPoint that you have in front of you, so I'm just going to go through it with you. So again, this past year, what the department had was one full-time planner, administrative assistant, and then 1/4 planning director. So basically, the office was being run by the administrative assistant slash planner. The result of it was pretty bad. Simple land use applications were not processed for several months. Land divisions were taking years to get processed. Planning Commission became defunct. They seldom had a quorum. Applicants were stuck in a process and they couldn't get any further with their land use applications. Legal notices were not sent out on the applications or the land divisions. Legal issues surfaced from misinformation to citizens. They weren't getting accurate information. We were accepting applications that didn't meet code. The building fund reserve, which is for the building safety fund, was spent to take care of or make up for some of the shortfalls on the planning end of things. Violations were not addressed at all. County planning was perceived as incompetent. People stopped getting the required permits. And it had low staff morale with the staff resignation as of December 2018. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about the relationship between code enforcement and the assessor, and are they coordinating? This is another big piece of it, because if people don't feel confidence in county government, they're not going to come in and get a permit. And that's pretty much what we were seeing. It was a department that really wasn't producing very much. There were some other things. There was a mandated FEMA floodplain ordinance, which was adopted by the Board of Commissioners in 2018, and all we did was download it off the FEMA website. Unfortunately, it didn't allow any provisions to people to develop in a floodplain. You can develop in a floodplain, you know, your first floor has to be a certain height, you have fill so much around, your utilities have to be at a certain height, but the ordinance that this county adopted said no building whatsoever in a floodplain, so that really stymied a lot of development. What that meant was the expansion at Tututan Lodge was put on, basically they couldn't go through with the project. There were multiple residential projects put on hold, and a proposed RV park was halted altogether.
Excuse me, where was the RV park?
Pardon me?
Where was the RV park?
On Winchuck.
Yeah, I missed that. Okay, thank you.
And those are things that if we had the proper ordinance, we could have went ahead and proceeded with those projects. More results, there's the mandated accessory dwelling units. That was an allowance that was made by the state, but not fully allowed in our code. So we were not allowed to allow the accessory dwelling units in the rural residential zoning districts. One of the other things and one of the biggest problems we have is when you look at the amount of buildable land in the county, we basically have no buildable land left in Southern County. And what happens is the state looks at the available land you have in an urban growth boundary. Once you hit a certain amount, you cannot add any more land to that urban growth boundary. The rest must remain open for farming. The land that's in that urban growth boundary right now is totally unusable. It slides, it's very expensive to develop. It should not be in that urban growth boundary, but because it is, the state will not let us develop any further lands down there. So basically, by not addressing these issues, we've pretty much stymied our own development in Curry County. So in January 1st, the board knew they needed to take some action, so they hired a full-time planning director, so they went from a quarter to full-time. That is Becky Crockett. They decided to hire a half-time administrative assistant, Penny Hudgens, and then they kept that half-time planner / administrative assistant on to help with the transition during the process. So soon her position will be done. And then, as we discussed, we also have code enforcement now, which helps out. People have picked up. They've already seen big responses. Just some quotes Becky put in here. The best planning help since Chuck Nordstrom. I can't believe you guys answered the phone. I actually called back with an answer. Finally, a planning director that understands both land use and Curry County. So we're making big strides. We're doing the right thing with what we're doing here. Just looking at the number of permits and the permit fees. So if we take last year at this time when we had that quarter planning director, there were 70 permits. It brought in $24,000 in fees. Whereas you compare that to the same time this year with Ms. Crockett, we've got 87 permits, and she's more than doubled that by taking in $53,000 in permit fees. This does not include unprocessed land use permits that were left in a drawer from the previous year. Ms. Crockett opened a drawer and found applications with old checks on that had never been processed. Looking at the proposed budget and what we're asking for is one full-time planning director, so we would like to keep Becky the way she is. We would like to take the part-time planner and make it a full-time planner. We already have somebody interested in that position. Retain that administrative assistance that we talked about, retain the code enforcement person we talked about, and then there was my position. So really, the only change you're seeing in here is going from a part-time planner to a full-time planner. And I really do think it is necessary for us to continue with the operations and to continue to move forward. One of the special projects you'll see in this budget is something that I've requested be added to the budget, and that was scanning all the property files so they can easily be accessed online. The project cost is about $35,000. What we currently do is if somebody wants to find a file, there's quite a bit of time wasted downstairs trying to find the file. If somebody wants to do a public records request, there's a lot of time wasted trying to find the file to fulfill the public records request. And the public has no ability to sit at a computer and pull up a file and look at whatever is applicable on their property. So with the scanning project, we would get those files online. It would increase efficiency, and it would provide a better customer service for us as well. So the assessor would also have access to those records as well. So that is what we have proposed for the planning budget for this coming year.
Couple of observations. Regular salaries up by nearly $75,000 and a doubling of most of the other costs associated with personnel. There's on page 39, line item 2, there's a pretty significant jump in professional services from $1,700 that was adopted this year to $35,000. That's a pretty big jump. Any help with what that?
That's the online services she was just talking about, to move all the documents to online,
The online scanning.
which I believe we're probably the only county in Oregon that doesn't have that. Pretty much everyone is.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that question, so.
There's a lot of counties that already have this service.
And are you going to maintain that in your own servers, or are you going to be using virtual servers and renting space?
So we have to see how much we have when it's all scanned. I don't know what they actually have downstairs yet. We haven't started pulling the files yet. But I do know in the previous county we had quite a bit, and we were able to maintain that on our own servers. I think Coos maintains it on their own servers as well.
I'm just going to note we transitioned all of our paper records into
the cloud.
Well, but into our own servers, because renting space is very expensive for memory that size.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gold.
I just had one question about the urban growth boundary, and you mentioned that houses couldn't be built because of problems there. Could you change the configuration of the urban growth boundary so that you could have development there?
Yes, and it's a very difficult process, but it can be done. That is one of the things Becky and I talked about. Currently, because she is just playing catch up on everything, there's no way she has the ability to do that. But as she gets that help and as she's caught up a little bit, she'll be able to work with the Department of Land Conservation Development on deciding which properties they'll let to leave the urban growth boundary and which ones they'll allow in. So we will be able to do it, it's just going to take time.
Okay, and just kind of a follow-up question. I'm not that familiar with urban growth boundaries other than to know that they're part of the city, basically, an extension. But is there a limit on the amount of urban growth boundary land you can have?
Yes, the state dictates how much land you can have.
Okay, just checking on that. That's kind of what I figured. But.
Any other questions for Julie relative to planning?
Oh, one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Generally speaking, the planning department has been able to abstain from taking general fund because of permits and so forth. Are we going to be getting back to that place again?
As far as I know, the planning department has always taken from the general fund. It's the building safety department.
Oh, okay.
that didn't.
I'll rescind that question then.
Yes, but I will explain that when we get to building safety.
Okay.
The planning department was moved to the general fund in the 17-18 budget because it's not a standalone department.
Okay. Any further questions? Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on especially the planning, but both, on the results of what you and Ms. Crockett inherited, it's going to take some time to actually cut costs, but I think we're well on the way to accomplishing that. Do you feel secure and confident in that compared to the last 2 years?
I definitely do. The more efficient you become, the quicker you can process things and the quicker you can get projects in and out the door, thereby bringing more revenue in, getting more people to work, having more money reinvested in the community. I feel very confident with Becky Crockett in there.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Julie regarding planning? Excellent. Let's move on to building.
Sir?
Yes.
If we wouldn't mind, we have our assessor behind you. Could we switch the assessor up to Julie's building spot and move Julie back, and that would fill in the council's open spot?
I'm fine with that, Julie.
Good call.
Mr. Cullen? He's coming around, I think. He doesn't want to duck the screens.
Mr. Colon, how are you today?
Good. Good afternoon, Budget Committee. Thank you all for agreeing to serve. It surprises me every year that the commissioners actually find anybody that wants to volunteer.
Keyboard?
Are you using the mouse there?
Yes, I am, and I.
Well, we heard you
wanna
were going
start
to be
with
our
assessor or-
entertainer, so why would we not join?
Not volunteer.
You're in for a treat.
Are you going to start with assessor or tax?
I'm not going to start with either. I've got a couple of PowerPoint presentations.
Oh, okay, so you can have the mouse.
And maybe towards the end, we can
Here's the,
get into that wherever you want to.
Go to pad.
Page
pull the side
23
out
to
there.
24. Environmental break, I like that,
Yeah,
good.
you could pull that little tray out on the side here. Over here on the podium. There you go.
Thank you.
He has to go outside.
Let's see if we can get there from here.
Just reduce that up the top corner there, you can barely see it.
We lost Ken.
He had to go to check something in environmental safety. He'll be right back.
He had so much, he enjoyed the presentation so much so far, he took off. I'm going to go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, he left on purpose so that he wouldn't have to miss any of your presentation. He'd be disappointed if you start.
Here we go. Okay,
Do
so.
slideshow. Up the top, slideshow. There you go.
From current slide, all the way to the left. From current slide, yep.
There we go. I'm not sure how it is. I'm going to find my other PowerPoint presentation when I get to it here shortly.
Just hit escape.
We'll help you.
In 2019-20, the Assessor Tax Collector Department will assess and collect approximately $28 million in property taxes for the taxing districts and other agencies in Curry County. Of this amount, we'll collect approximately $1.8 million for the county general fund. The budget have prepared for you today draws approximately $648,500 off the general fund, which means we're collecting approximately $1.1+ million excess money for the general fund than we actually cost the general fund. In this budget, we're requesting additional funding for 1.5 FTE and appraisal resource for the Curry County pilot project. I'll give you a little bit more information on that. 1 FTE and additional clerical resource. And one thing that's not in the budget before you, I had put it in the budget, but it got removed because it was a sizable number. We are going to be looking for funding for a new assessment and taxation hardware, software system. The number I put in with my budget request was $352,000. It's not in the budget that you have there before you, and we've got some other options to talk about today. Since 2006, Curry County has provided inadequate funding for assessment and taxation, and the program has suffered. In the 2016-17 letter from the Oregon Department of Revenue, they said, and it's the bolded thing there, we're very concerned about the level of funding in Curry County's assessment and tax budget for 2016-17. We believe the level of resource adopted will very likely lead to a deterioration in the quality of the tax roll values. We are concerned, however, that this level of funding commitment is not sufficient to ensure the viability of the A&T program over the long run. Curry County has yet to address that issue. In 2006, we we had 13.4 FTEs on assessment taxation. Today we have 7.5. We have an opportunity before us, a Curry County pilot project sponsored by our own David Brock Smith. Will provide funding for 1.5 FTEs and appraisal resource to address the issues that I'll outline in the following. Where am I going to find my other?
So if you hit escape on the keyboard up there and reduce that, up there, you could hardly see it, it's way up on the.
So it's going to be, there we go. Need to get out.
I know, it's just up, just reduce it way up there.
Reduce it one more time?
Yeah, well, yeah, reduce it because you,
A little bit more to the right, right there.
okay, there you go, you're right.
To increase it, it's up here someplace.
Well, you
Go
need
to the
to
bottom
hit
where
the
that slide
slideshow.
is and slide it over on the right-hand side. There you go. Still need to expand the other window as well. We're going to slideshow.
Sorry, slideshow where it was before.
Keep going over to the right. From the beginning, all the way to the left, now from the beginning. There you go.
Thank you, Julie.
What are we thanking her for? I helped.
Everybody else for helping. Communities in Oregon have the appraisal resource to appraise permitted property changes. Our tool for learning of the property changes, and I heard you talk about it a little bit before with the planning discussion, is building permits. When people take out their building and other property change permits, that notifies us that we need to go and pick up whatever it is they're changing on the property. In 2016-17, over $21 million was added to the assessment roll for permitted property changes. Many property owners make changes to properties without building permits. Changes such as paved driveways, small sheds, decks may not require permits, but we have people making changes that do require permits, such as converting garages or porches to living area, or we even have people building whole houses out there without permits. Unless these changes are reported to the assessor's office, our only other tool for finding those properties is through physical reappraisal, and that's what we're looking for, the appraisal resource. Give you an idea, here's a piece of property. This, the people actually took out a building permit for and built in, and we picked up that property probably in the late 90s. We went back a few years ago and found this. They didn't take out a building permit for the changes.
Sweet.
That's a small one.
Yeah. Give you an idea of what's at stake here. We can go back in the current year and the 5 previous years and pick up omitted property taxes, but that's as far as we can go. So that omitted property tax amount on this property was over $7,000. Most of it went to schools. A good chunk went to other districts, and about less than 500 went to Curry County because of the tax rate Curry County has. The taxes that, had we picked this up timely, between 2000 and 2010 were over $14,000, and this is how that breakdown would have gone. But those are foregone taxes. We can't go back and pick those up. Here's another property up in your neighborhood, Mr. Bouquet. This single-family
I'm not supposed to be showing my house.
This single-family dwelling was built without any permits whatsoever. And again, there was foregone taxes on this one, but some omitted property taxes that we were able to go back and pick up. This is an example of an ag building. People will take out a permit for ag buildings. It doesn't cost you anything. You can get ag permits for free. And many people build just exactly this, but we're also finding that people take out an ag permit and this is what they're building. We actually have to get out there to find these changes. We found this on a more timely basis, and we're able to pick up all of the omitted property tax with this property. So, since 2012, we've been tracking the amount of value that we've been picking up on unpermitted property values. So here that is up there. From 2012 through 2018, that was a total of almost $20 million. That $20 million today would produce a property tax total of about $175,000 annually. The breakdown for that would be most of it, again, going to schools, a good chunk going to the other districts, and a lesser amount actually coming to Curry County. I would like to point out that these values are not adjusted for the annual 3% increase. If we adjusted this 2012 value of $1.6 million for the 7 years since then by the 3%, the new value is over $2 million, and it's actually producing an additional $3,500 a year in taxes. That's just for that 2012 value. So if we projected the increases on all of those increases, I'm guessing that 175,000 figure would be over 200,000. One thing that we can do is, from the work that we've done, we can project an estimate of how much unpermitted property value we feel is probably still out there in the county. And we can also project a tax that would produce. And our projections put that at about almost 700,000. Through the Curry County Pilot Project, we're asking for $125,000 in additional funding, which means that once we get the county covered, the return on investment is going to be about 5 to 1. This is the cost to cure. We estimate that 1.5 FTE and other expenses that we need for that. We've settled in on an amount of $125,000. So in November of 17 through January of 2018, representatives from the Assessors Association worked with other representatives from League of Oregon Cities, Small Districts Association, Association of Oregon County, the School Boards Association, and the Department of Revenue to discuss the issue. It's more of a statewide issue, but the group reached a consensus that we should start a pilot project in Curry County if we could get the funding, because Curry County has been tracking those numbers and can estimate a return on investment. And so there is a bill before the legislature. All right, so escape. See how much of this I remember.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Mr. Cohen? So these places get built, and obviously we know why they're building them. They have a place to stay, and they didn't have to go through all the planning and permitting processes. But how is it that the electric company comes out and hooks them up without a certificate of occupancy, or any of the other services that they might need to get connected to utility-wise? How is it that they can go connect these people when they...
I don't have an answer for that question.
Isn't there some sort of a ordinance, rule, statute, administrative rule, something that sort of makes sense? I mean, it would make sense to me that before you would be able to, in other states, that's a rule.
Yeah, you would think electric wouldn't hook up to a building that isn't properly coded and permitted because of the hazards with it.
Commissioner Gold?
So, Jim, you're on the Coos Curry Electric Board, right? Could you suggest to them that they get an ordinance that would require an occupancy permit before people?
I certainly ask them about that. I don't know the answer to your question. I can tell you that I've gone to the co-op to try and find other information on parcels of property, and it's confidential information. I can't give it for government purposes. And I'm not going to press the point because I'm a board member, because I wouldn't be right either.
Correct.
So, many of these properties, and the ones that I showed you, are rural properties. So they're developing their own water and sewage disposal systems. Hooking up to electricity, that's a good question. I'll have to ask.
I asked that question because I live in the county, I don't live in the city, and I see that. I see people building properties, and they're getting electric hooked up. You know, they dug a hole in the ground, and there's raw sewage going in the ground, and that's not good for the environment. I'm sure that most of us are aware of things like this happening, but talking about that, reporting it, is not the same thing as being proactive and developing a program in our county that works good for us. And I think if we could get to a point where the electric company had to have a certificate of occupancy or some sort of a sign-off from the county before that electrical was connected, we might avoid a lot of this.
Well, what I can tell you is we're discovering it. We're keeping a list of the properties that we've discovered it on. The planning department has known about this list, but they really haven't asked us for it.
I'll give you a couple more by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pash.
I know, Mr. Colon, you and I have spoke a couple times in the past about an amnesty program and coming up with a formula to offer people that have done this kind of thing, tell them, okay, we're coming for you now, we're going to hire these people in. And I think it might be dollars well spent to save people having to go out in the field to find these properties, to offer some sort of a formula for back taxes due that would make it an incentive for people to come in on an amnesty program to come into your office and pay these tax, admit they have this on their property, they've done some things, they want to make sure they're following and legal and get things up to date on their taxes. So I'm wondering, have you gone any farther with looking at an amnesty program?
No, I have not. An amnesty program, I don't think would work within the property tax system because remember, in the last 5 years, everybody else has paid their full fair share of the property taxes. It's the people that have built without notifying anybody that are not paying their fair share. Over the past, 30 years since I've been here, when we find properties like this, we go back 5 years and tell them they have to pay their taxes. People pay those taxes and they don't complain about it. They know they're getting away with something. We don't ever have anybody coming in and appealing our assessments for those 5 or 6 years back.
Is the amnesty program more towards the building permit program rather than the taxation program?
Well, I think it should apply for all. I mean, if you built something illegally, you should have to have the proper inspections, making sure your hookups are proper and legal, your sewage is proper and legal, and your taxes are being paid at the assessed value of the property.
I have a couple of questions here. I'm going to start with Rich, and then we have Sue Gold after that.
This is another hypothetical. We have our deputies out patrolling areas in the county. If they see new building going on, can they just make a note of it, turn it over to the sheriff, and the sheriff notifies you, and you could kind of cross-check whether there's permits, or is that permissible? I mean, they're the ones that are in the county seeing a lot, along with the ordinance officer. So if I was working patrol and I saw a new building site, I might make a note and pass it on to my supervisor to maybe pass on to you to see if there's permits. I don't even know if that's permissible, but it's one answer, possibly.
Nip it in the bud.
It's an idea. It's been my sense from sheriffs in the past and probably including our current sheriff that they try to take care of the business that they have to take care of, and they've certainly got enough to do.
I agree.
Without trying to keep tabs of what's going on with people building out there.
It's just if you've seen it. I mean, I don't emphasize you have a special program for that, but if I'm patrolling, there's some days that maybe, of course, I don't know, this county looks pretty busy, but in the old days, I'm talking my age, sometimes you're just out patrolling for a specific, you're just going out to look at things, the Forest Service and stuff. And if you see a construction site, I don't think it should be an added duty, but, is it something that could be done?
I'll check with the sheriff.
It is an added duty, and they do have a full plate, and I agree with that. And the code enforcement officer that we're talking about in some counties is also on board to find these non-permitted sites.
I think our Curry County.
Did Director
I
Snell
will
do
tell
that?
you that we've had
Did you have some?
reports from the code enforcement officer, and so I think that's certainly a complimentary service that the county is now providing, as well as, the chief thing really helping clean up the county, which is a great service to the citizens of this county. I can't tell you how many times I go to a property and talk to the neighbors, and everybody's distraught, if not downright sick, over that one property in the neighborhood where nobody's ever hauled off any garbage, they're dumping raw sewage. Thank goodness that we had foresight to put on a code enforcement officer and start cleaning up those situations.
Where is HB 2383? Is it?
Thank you for asking. It has made it out of its first committee. It's before that. It's in the House Ways and Means Committee, and I think it's got good support from all those groups I've mentioned. I think the governor's office is supporting it. I am hoping it'll come out of Ways and Means when the do pass. Then, of course, I don't know the legislative process that well, but it'd have to go over to the Senate. And if it was passed in both places, the governor would have to sign. I think we've already got her support, so it hasn't made it out of the legislature yet. But House Bill 23, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gold, you had a question.
That's okay. Keep going.
Okay, House Bill 2383 would provide $125,000 in an additional resource. $75,000 of that additional resource would come from the state to cover the school's portion. The idea is for all the money to come from the taxing districts to help support the benefit that they'll really get out of it. So 75,000, 60% from the state, and then the other 50,000, 40% from the rest of the districts. Of course, Curry County is one of those districts, and Curry County's portion of that 50,000 would be around $8,000. It's been a while since I calculated that.
You have time for Commissioner Gould's question?
This is really a quickie, and I don't know whether you can even answer it, but we have an inordinate amount of special districts in our county for such a small county. And I know that they were trying to get something passed in the legislature so that we could get some sort of an administrative fee to take care of all those taxi districts. Are you aware of anything that's ongoing in that area?
Currently, that idea, we called it the 2% bill. It would have taken 2% of property tax collections and directed it towards administration of assessment and taxation. That didn't make it through the legislative session. I think it's been 2 years ago. And that idea has not, I've not seen it come back up again.
Okay.
And it probably will, but didn't this go around?
But I will say that there is another bill before the legislature, 2104, which would provide more funding for assessment and taxation statewide would go into the additional monies to go into the CAFA grant, which you're familiar with. And it would provide additional funding for the Oregon Department of Revenue Property Tax Division, which has oversight authority over assessors around the state. So if that were to pass, it looks like there'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of another $200,000 coming to Curry County to help fund assessment and taxation, maybe more. So I'd like to see that pass. It's got...
Yeah, that would be nice. I just think we're going to all have to work together on this, people with unpermitted property, whether it's the fire departments reporting to the enforcement officer or code enforcement guy or the tax assessor's office.
One suggestion regarding that point from a law enforcement perspective, some simple in-house training from code enforcement and from you to our sheriff's deputies. And it wouldn't have to, it could be a very simple, informal in-house training on what to look for and what to ask. And then having a code enforcement officer monitoring our law enforcement radio channel so that when a deputy is on a call for service and he encounters what he believes is code violations or what he suspects may be somebody evading paying taxes, he can get on the radio, call code enforcement, and then we have a mechanism in place for you to be notified. And oftentimes, that also helps deputies resolve the call for service issue by including everyone in that process.
Good point.
The other thing that the $352,000 that I had included in the budget but has been removed from the budget you're looking at was for a new hardware software program for Curry County. Curry County's assessment and taxation program have reached the end of their lives, and we're requesting $50,000 in this year's budget to rectify the situation. In a recent email from the Curry County's IT provider, he identified our current system as a use-at-your-own-risk system. This is more of the actual information that he gave us, but a couple of quotes that I wanted to mention is IBM stopped updating the documentation for the IBM 520, that's our current server, in 2012 and has marked this model as completely end of life as of March 2019. This means that the IBM 520 is unsupported and considered to be past its useful life as designed by the manufacturer. It is now considered as a use-at-your-own-risk system. The software that goes with that hardware, the quote he made there, IBM officially marked AIX version 5.3.0 as end of life in April of 2016. The version is no longer supported by IBM and cannot be purchased at any cost. We've gotten our monies out of it. Money's worth out of our current system. I've been reporting to this budget committee for probably the past 5 or 6 years that something has to be done. Our IT provider is getting fairly insistent with me on that. And so I've asked our current software provider, which is a vendor out of Texas, called Tyler Technologies, for a rock bottom bargain basement garage sale price on what they could do to replace their current legacy system that we're on. It's a DOS-based system with their new Orion ENT software package, which is more of a Windows package. And our representative worked very hard for us. It would cost any other county $337,745 to get the licenses that we need to get their software package. They offered us a discount on that price of $162,000, which means we could get their licenses for $175,000. Anytime you get a new system, you have to convert your old system, your data, over to the new system. That cost would be $150,000 with travel costs estimated at $20,000. And our annual support on that system would be the same as we're paying now at just a little over $67,500 for assessment and taxation. Also, we'd have to buy another server of $7,000. The servers are the cheapest part of this whole deal. We asked them what it would cost or if they could host that system for us, as opposed to us buying the licenses and doing it ourselves. They can. If they host the system for us, we don't pay $175,000 in licenses at all. But we do still need to pay the $150,000 conversion costs plus the $20,000 travel costs. Our annual maintenance would increase by about $30,000 a year. But what we would get for that addition would be, we'd get those licenses. Well, they would have them. They would be hosting our information on their systems. They will take care of the maintenance. They will take care of the software and hardware upgrades. They will take care of the backup. And one thing that's new that I had never thought of before, but they will take care of disaster recovery. If we have the big one here, they're going to already have our information on at least 2 systems, one in Texas and then one further east someplace. I asked our IT director, our IT provider, for their recommendation on what to do here. And they recommended that we go with the fully hosted system, the $170,000 charge. So I am proposing to put $50,000 back into this budget to begin that process. The soonest we would get this software provider here to begin that process will be January, maybe a little bit later than that, but at least we'll get that process underway. So I'm proposing we put $50,000 in this budget. I'd like to see us be able to borrow the other $120,000 from the road fund and then make payments over the next 3 years, $50,000 in 2021, $50,000 in 21-22, and then the balance plus interest in 22-23. This could be a benefit to the road department. I think I heard that they're currently getting 2.75% interest.
Less than that.
Charges 3% if you need to. But I'd sure like to get your commitment today to move forward with this, because if we don't have, if our system goes down, we can't get it back up. That $28 million I started talking about to begin with, and $1.8 million for the county, we don't collect that.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Coleman?
Sure.
So in the hosted service, which I agree with Mr. Springer, that would be a good move. Always better to do that with the systems, work remotely through the cloud, and let them have the headaches of managing the software package. What about the transfer of the information at $150,000? Is that still a cost that has to be picked up?
That is still a cost that has to be picked up. I got that same cost in both quotes. It's a big job.
It is.
It's a big job, not only for the software provider coming and helping us out with that and training us on the new system, but also it's going to be all hands on deck on the assessment and tax offices to help transfer that information. I remember the last time we did it was in 1997, and it took months.
So what we've been doing for the last day and today and tomorrow, is hearing from all the departments about their budgets, their pluses, minuses, concerns, thoughts, requests. But we're not going to be making any determinations until Thursday. The idea is, let's get everybody in, let's try to keep to the schedule, and then on Thursday we can spend our time really going back over everything and saying good, bad, indifferent, or whatever. So I think that if you need to make some adjustments to your proposed budget because things were taken out, I would highly recommend that you talk with Louise and see if there's a way to provide that data for us. So on Thursday, we're looking at the cost. Does that make sense?
It does make sense to me.
Thank you. Louise?
I did discuss this with Assessor last week. So the $50,000 that you're requesting is a loan payment?
The $50,000 that I'd be requesting in this year's budget would be the down payment. And then I'd be asking for a $120,000 loan.
So...
Our total cost will be $170,000.
Okay, so what we did discuss was if you did a loan from the road fund, we would budget the whole purchase in your budget and have the loan proceeds be your revenue, and the capital outlay be the purchase of the system, and then you would also have a debt service line for the loan repayment. And my question is if you're probably not even going to be talking to this person until January of 2020? Is that what you're saying? Or did you say July?
The software provider, I'll be talking to them as soon as I get this approved in the budget.
Okay, because you said January, so I wasn't sure.
Well, no. They won't be able to begin the
installation.
project until January.
So my question is do we start the loan payment in next year's budget or the following year's budget? A lot of times your first debt payment is a year after the loan, so.
I'll be talking to them and...
Because that's just internal, that loan payment.
And then I will get them together with Council Huddle to come up with some sort of appropriate contract for this.
Okay, so is this a
yeah,
state contract? I mean, is this has this been bid in the state of Oregon already? Or have you got any RFPs on this system?
Haven't got any RFPs on it yet. There is one other provider in the state of Oregon that does a lot of business with Oregon counties. And I'd want to go through that RFP process.
Well, you have to.
See if maybe we could get a better deal from them.
So this process will be taking a little while, so. But I think that what we should be budgeting for is the loan itself for the total cost of the system and the capital outlay, rather than just a $50,000 loan payment. That, I think what we need to do is budget for the whole purchase.
That's why we have you here to do the thinking, Louise.
And then the following year, you would be budgeting for the debt service to the road fund.
That works for me. Can you work that out?
I can work that out.
Thank you.
You just give me the total numbers and I'll...
Okay, one of my questions was about the RFP, but it's kind of hard to budget if we don't really know how much it's going to be, and so that RFP process has to take place first, so we know what we're looking at.
He's got a pretty good idea of the cost. I think he's been researching it for a while, and he's...
I know the cost of one of the two systems that would work for us, Commissioner Gold, so...
And if that's
at this point, I'd look at that as being the most it could cost.
Okay, so even if it's budgeted and you're over, you could still spend less, is what you're saying? Okay.
I believe so, yes.
That's always good. Less is always more.
What a question. If you get another person, what's your reassessment timeline? When are you reassessing? And
Thank you for asking that question. I mean, currently, we're on a cycle of about 16 to 18 years to step foot on every property in the county. every taxable property in the county. If we get this additional 1.5 FTEs and appraisal resource, we're going to go to 6 to 8 year cycle.
Thank you.
Which, I mean, if we get down closer to that 6 to 8 year cycle, we're not going to have a situation anymore of having any foregone taxes because we can go back the current year plus the additional 5 years. So I think that's where we need to be.
I need to call for a break. We're hitting 2:30. Our schedule's getting a little out of sorts. I recommend we come back at 2:40. I know you want to do your presentation, but staff have been sitting here for a while and need to get up and probably use the restroom, so.
Mr. Chair, is he coming back then?
Yes, because
Okay.
we still
I
have.
just have one
the
question. I don't
assessor
think we'll wait till
part.
Thursday.
Excuse me. We have the tax part to go over.
Yeah,
yet.
I'm really lumping it all together here so far with my comments. So, but yeah, I'm happy to come back if we need to take a break.
I'm trying to be thoughtful.
Are we just at the end where we just have questions, Jim, or?
I actually have a few more comments, but yeah, I mean, basically.
Well, I suggest we recess until 2:40. Come back at 2:40 with Mr. Cohen.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze.
I do have just a couple other comments. I know that the sheriff brought up non-represented employees, at least within the sheriff's department. Historically, non-represented employees have been treated equitably with union employees. And in the last several years, that hasn't been the case. The union employees have gotten more increases than non-represented employees. I've got a non-represented employee in the assessor's office who's lagging behind because of that. The union employees have received some relief to their benefits package, but I would tell you that they still lag behind their counterparts in similar-sized counties in the rest of the state. It appears to me that they're among the lowest paid employees in the state out of all the counties. And so I am requesting that the Budget Committee look at non-represented employees and do a true-up for them with their salary and benefits packages between them and the union employees. One thing that does do, though, is with regards to elected officials. Currently, I'm the second highest paid employee in my department. One of my subordinates is paid more than I am, which means that if something happens to me, the most qualified person to take over my position would have to take a pay cut to assume the responsibility. And that also, I don't think is right. So that's really the end of my comments. I could certainly attempt to answer any other questions you might have.
Commissioner Boyce.
Computer system finance. If we did that under the road fund reserves, I assume, Council Huddle, we would be under the ordinance umbrella of House Bill 3435, which is pretty strict guidelines on how the money can be loaned to a department department or another taxing district, would we, the reason I'm bringing that up today is because we probably need to have a reasonable answer on that as we move towards Thursday, if that is a good potential solution here. So would we have to?
Part of the reason why I like to wait till Thursday till we do decision-making is I really want to hear from all the departments, to include the road department, which, potentially could be funding some of these things before we arrive at any destinations or make any final decisions. It's good to just hear what everybody's saying, and then sort of Thursday we'll sort
But
that
if we're going to borrow from the road fund reserves, I just want to remind you that we have a list of requirements, and I think it might fall under that program. So if we knew today that is something we could do, or between now and Thursday, it would help us to get that information out there, I think.
I think I might have a copy of that.
I'd like to think that this would be a benefit to the road fund reserve.
Agreed.
I think we could pay them a little bit more interest than what they're getting now, in should.
Council,
Again, I just want to hear from everybody, all the departments first, before we start venturing down that road. Sorry, Commissioner Pash.
I was just asking council if he was going to look into that.
So are we talking, and I know Commissioner Boyce used, I think, House Bill 3435. I'm looking at ORS
68709?
Yeah, well, 705 talks about the use of the county road fund. And then it says expanding road fund money. 706 is for county patrolling. And then 708 is what's called an inter-fund loan. And that's amongst ourselves. And then 709 is loaning to other districts. So I think we're talking about loaning to ourselves, not loaning to other districts, right? If you're talking about, yes. Okay. So then county monies and the road funds can make inter-fund loans of the money to any other fund of the county. And it says for the purpose of patrolling, and then it says an inter-fund loan from the county into any other fund can be used for the purpose of patrolling, budgeted within 3 years and repaid in 3 years. So that's the inter-fund loan of road funds for patrolling. But there's actually another, I don't think it's in 368 at all, where we can actually make, I think it's in 294, where we can make our own inter-fund loans, and that might be the one that has to be repaid in 1 year. Is that fund, the loan ordinance you were looking at, the 1 and 3 years?
Yeah,
Is that in 294?
I didn't copy that one. I was looking at apparently I thought I copied 708, but but I did copy 709 when I was researching it. But I think that particular, 264?
294 is local government finance.
Well, let's see if we could answer this question before Thursday, because otherwise we're going to spend an inordinate amount of time discussing this right now. And
Very helpful, Mr. Chair.
294, 468?
Yeah.
No, 294, 468 is loans from one fund to another, which is not road fund specific.
Council,
Go ahead.
didn't we do an ordinance where we can loan road funds?
To other districts?
Well, it's the one what we did recently, within the last year,
Thank you.
and it was to loan within the county and to other districts. And there was already an ordinance on the board, and we kind of redid it for loans.
Well, 294, 468 says, "It shall be lawful to loan money from any fund to any other fund of the municipal corporation whenever it's authorized by official resolution or ordinance of the governing body." and then it says it has to state the loan from the fund which it'll be made to the loan it will be made, and then the schedule for capital payments not to exceed 10 years, equal to an interest rate of the rate of return on the investment pool. So I don't, again, Commissioner Boyce referenced the House bill. I don't know which statute he's referring to, but we can do interfund loans from a lot of different mechanisms. So
Did that just come from that bill, though? Were you just referenced it?
I looking at this, it says the last time it was revised was 2013. So again,
2013, you said?
Yeah,
Okay.
like I said, I think
call time
Yanks
on the
can-
issue.
I think we're getting bogged down a little
Mr.
bit.
Colin, please, if you would spend some time with Mr. Huddle, as catch as catch can, so ideally before Thursday, we have an understanding of what that might look like. Are there any other questions for Mr. Colin relative to assessing or tax, assessor or tax?
No.
I agree that we need this before we deliberate on Thursday. I agree with Ken. I don't want to speed it up too quick because I think this helps me understand. I did a lot of research on this, so if we can have an answer on Thursday, that's fine, but I think it's pretty clear we can do it.
Well, the 368,708 is the one you provided me with, and that talks about an interfund loan for the purpose of patrolling. And
But under in parentheses there, what is that?
So again, I'm going to call for order on this issue. I know Rich needs some questions answered, but we're behind schedule, and I'm getting antsy when we get behind schedule. I'm sorry. So, any other questions for Mr. Colin?
Thank you. I appreciate the unscheduled time that you also gave me.
As always, good to see you, Mr. Colin, and thank you for your service to the citizens of Curry County.
Well, thank you. Good to see you, too.
Thank you.
And once again, I appreciate all of your service to the county. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we have John Huddle next for, I'm sorry, was there? Thank you. We did skip building. Let me see. Do we have Ms. Sparks here?
Yep, we got the fair people here too.
Julie, would it be okay if we push building
No,
back
Ms.
towards
Sparks,
the end of
not
the
now.
day? And then, no, I'm trying to put together how we're going to do this in a timely way. So, Julie,
We could put
if we can
building
roll you to
tomorrow.
the end of the day, I think we'll pack it in. I think roads will go a little faster than we think because he's got quite a bit in there.
We do have space tomorrow, just
Okay.
to let you know.
Thank you. So Julie, we'll roll you back to the end of the day for now. If we need to, we'll roll that into tomorrow. I would like to get John in. We're going to be a few minutes late, but you have the Port Orford landfill. Is that?
That's a minute or two. It's a
That's
very.
why I'm suggesting we do that now, and then we'll get Ms. Sparks up. That work for everyone? Thank you. Mr. Huddle.
Thank you. On the Port Orford landfill, I'm not sure what tab or page it is, but essentially the landfill was closed down by some court order, and we're basically managing, it had some kind of an underground leak, and there's a bunch of bad stuff, and it's got a plume, and they're monitoring the plume. But it used to be an old dump and transfer station that we owned, and now we don't own it anymore. And so the legal department basically manages that, and we do the monitoring and the testing. And the money in there is...
It's page 117.
Thank you. Right, and so the money that you see there, it's a fairly large sum, but that sum, if something really bad happened with that plume, that sum would be exhausted. So what we usually do is use the interest from that fund to annually we have engineers come out and monitor the wells, and we then also, mow the gorse and clean it up a little bit. But really, we're maintaining it under a court order, and that's our duty there. So the legal department just kind of handles that. There's really nothing to approve. The funds are restricted. They can't be used for any other purpose. It's in a trust. So this is really mainly informational. There's not a lot for the budget committee to do on this fund at all. That's all I really have.
Thank you, John.
Does that fund go in perpetuity?
I actually asked the DEQ fellow who's I report to, and I said, when are we going to be out from under this? And he told me not in either his lifetime or my lifetime. So.
Got it.
The agreement that we have, or the contract or whatever we have, I think it ends in a couple of years. So I don't know if you have to redo that or not.
Okay. There's
Maybe
probably
DEQ will
more than one agreement on it.
Any other questions from Mr. Huddle on the Port Orford landfill? Excellent. Thank you, John. Ms. Sparks, Event Center and Fair.
What tab? Please.
It's going to be outside of the general fund, I'd imagine.
Yep, County Fair, looks like 131 is the page, tab 21. I flipped right to it.
I didn't.
Where's the book? We were using council's book. JJ, do you know what happened to the extra book that we had sitting here for people to use? It was sitting over there on that table. A book. Budget book.
She can use mine, because I have this other one. Okay.
I just thought we had one in the room for...
What page is Vicky's on?
It's 132. It's the resource requirement description proposed.
So what would you like to tell? It's your budget, just sort of what other folks are doing, highlights, lowlights, and just brief statements.
Okay, we do have fire camp money. That does, we kept that specifically as our line item. I did that with Louise so that we had more control over that money. So in other words, we did not put that money back into, like, we rented Dosha Hall every day. We rented the whole fairgrounds, but we didn't put that money when it came in back into those room rentals. We kept that on a separate line item, which is fairground facilities, so that we could have control of that money, so that the Fair Board, at their direction, we knew what we were spending that money on. They wanted to do it in more capital investment in improving facilities, and so that's why we did it that way.
And which fund is that?
It is, so that, but what she's talking about, see that first line item up there, that 285,000?
Okay.
So that's the money she's talking about. The budget has bringing that money in as a carryover balance, and then there are things in the budget that's budgeted against that, and I think that's what she's describing.
Right.
Okay.
My
And
first
that's
line
just a
in my
little
book
different.
is zeros.
Yeah, it's not in the book. It's on, the revenue is sitting here in this year.
Okay.
And so the line 22 is the carryover, and that's carrying that money over,
Gotcha, okay.
okay?
And so basically that is the plan. It's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime amount of money for us to have. So we really wanted to control that, and after speaking with Louise and also with the treasurer, about how best to do that, to make sure that we know exactly where that money's going and what it's spent on. That's what we decided to do. So that was kind of really the only thing outside of what we do. Like I said, we bought already, I think we spent about $70,000, and we bought a new bull chute. We don't have a bull chute, we have to borrow the bull chute. from Del Norte County every year for fair, and it's fallen apart. And they told us last year it wasn't good enough to come down here. And we made it work one more year, but that was $15,000. So just equipment is mostly what we're spending it on. So that's basically what we're doing, and we're trying to improve the facilities. We did spend $27,500 on our master plan. We need a master plan to go out to get matching grant money, which is what we're, going for. So those are really the highlights of the budget. I don't know about other departments. We have basically two budgets in one. We have a fair budget that everything is separate, and event center budget that are combined. That balance out. That's why mine, it's a negative and a positive. Yes.
So you just mentioned two numbers. You mentioned you spent 70,000 and then you spent 15,000 of the 70.
Right, that 15,000 is in that 70,000. But I specifically spent 15 on a bullshoot. The others were for, I think we had to have some money into our personnel because of the fire camp. We were not able to prepare like we normally do when we start, because fire camp was here and they left like 2 weeks before fair. And normally we're preparing for months before fair. So we had to hire a total of, I think, 10 people. Normally we have 6, just to get it ready in that short time. And that was Lobster Creek, I think. And then they were gone a week, and then the next one came in. So we hired extra people for that, so we had to transfer money.
I believe Nikki's talking about how they spent some of that money this year. So if you're looking for $70,000 in the budget,
last year we did that. We kind of put that in there to pay for that. This year, there is a big difference in what we're going to be spending this year because we won't have that extra expense. And plus, we had people that retired, so what I did is I had the new person come in, and I still had the old person in order to teach them for fair specifically. So we spent more money there. So that would be the only things that I would think would be questionable.
And would you clarify one more thing for me, please? This fairground facilities money that you're talking about, you said you're going to keep that. Where would we normally bring that to?
She doesn't usually have the amount of money that they got
Right.
during
I understand
this year.
that. I'm saying.
So usually it's just coming in as the different rents, and if she gets more than
So I just made that line for the fire camp money. That
Gotcha.
was
All right, I just want to understand.
So we just don't spend it and it gets frittered away. We want to make sure that is, dedicated to what the Fair Board wants to do, which is improving the facilities and
I'm really excited that you guys were able to bring in that amount of cash. That's going to be really helpful for the fair
We had
long
not
term.
a clue that was going to happen, but they were there 11 weeks, so it was a lot. And we rented and just so you know, this has come up, when we rented to them, it came up about the money. We did charge retail. I gave them our price sheet, and I did not discount it. And so they paid for every room, the parking, everything for the fairgrounds, and we tallied it daily, and we also had them pay extra electricity and for all their supplies, cleaning supplies, everything that they had. So we did do that.
So I noticed that there is still a county general fund transfer in on line 20 of $18,600.
And that's because the buildings are ours, and so the general fund provides the transfer to pay for the budgeted property insurance, which is $15,000 in the expenditures, and so there's a transfer in of $15,000 from the general fund.
Okay.
And then when we get the actual bill, we transfer from the general fund just enough to cover the actual cost.
Okay. And I noticed there's a pretty major reduction in your personnel cost. So,
Well, that was the explanation. We had a lot more people last year because of fire camp and having to hire more people in a shorter time span. So that will go away. And my employees are all less than 20-hour irregular employees. So, and I hire, some of that I hire at fair time for 2 months only, and then even some are only 4-day employees for fair. So, you know, I have really cut back. I might have to adjust that, but I don't expect to have more than 6, and I had 10 maintenance alone last time, so.
I'm just looking at the trending, and in the second year preceding, it was $59,000, and I'm just looking at the salary regular, I'm keeping it simple.
Right.
And in the first year preceding, it's 72, and then it's 64, and you're down at 29,840. I don't know, I mean, I would really, you might want to take a look at those numbers again.
And we
That's
did, we
real-
talked about that a little bit too. And we will, just say that, we will.
The change on your, on line 8 of page 133, you go from 1,000 to 5,000 to 19,000 to 100,000 in building maintenance. Is that the roof for Gosha?
What we did this time was, instead of budgeting repairs and maintenance in each one of these, she just put it in one line, 100,000.
Yeah.
It'll be costed by what building uses it, but the budget is one line instead of trying to spread it when you don't know what's going to need to be repaired. So that box
I see, yeah.
underneath, all those together last year was, I believe it was, if it wasn't 100, it was
It wasn't
very
quite,
close
it was
to
right, it was right at that, though,
Yeah.
90.
It was 97.
Commissioner Gold?
I'm looking at line 22 on page 132, and it's restricted fund balance, and it went up 167,000. What's in that, and why did it go up so much?
That's that
Fire camp money.
period.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
that
our,
was what it was.
That's income, yeah.
that's our hidden crap happens fund. Great.
Any other questions for Ms. Sparks?
I'll leave this numbers up there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Mr. Christensen here?
Yes, he is.
Excellent.
You ask all 3 questions.
Oh, well, then we're starting to think alike. That's dangerous. How are you this afternoon?
What page?
Well,
I like it.
You
You're
guys
coming
are
in with
running ahead of schedule.
You're coming in with a smile.
yeah.
78, 79.
Page 78 and 79.
79 is the start of his.
One moment while we get to the proper page. And it's your show, Mr. Christensen, so please lead us on the path.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Budget Committee. I don't believe I've ever met any of you. Can we do some introductions?
Certainly.
Richard Bode.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Ken Duque.
Nice to meet you, Ken.
Brad Alcorn.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Alcorn. Ken, I've worked with you in the past.
Juvenile down in Brookings.
Yeah, down in
Yes.
Brookings. I used to work for the city. I'm Curry County Roadmaster Richard Christensen, and this is my budget. What I've done is I'm trying to move the road department into more cost-effective maintenance programs in the future, and this requires some new equipment to replace our existing equipment, which is fairly old, and we're having plenty of problems with that breaking down and causing us to be inefficient and effective with our maintenance programs. But also I'm looking at getting away from more costly overlays, which are performed at $200,000 per mile, to chip seals, which I can perform in-house at $37,000 per mile. And so I'm working on a pretty aggressive equipment replacement plan, and I'm doing that by cutting our overlay program from a $1.2 million per year project to a $600,000 per year project to free up money to help me buy equipment. without increasing the budget, but yet I have increased the budget here this year. And part of that is due to the winter storm damage we've had. We're preparing for that. And also, I'm working on, I have an RFP out for engineering firm right now that we're going to be looking to be proactive in getting these repairs done. So there's cost with that. Also, I'm adding 3 employees out in the field. We're always unable to complete our maintenance programs, but chip seal programs, they require 19 people to run all the equipment and all the different items that need to be done to perform a chip seal. And I currently, with me included, only have 20 people in the department. That means we have to shut down everything. And if anybody calls in sick, our project fails, and we have hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line with chip seal. So yes, I have increased it this year, but the long view is that we're going to be saving money in the future. If you have any questions on any of the changes from this year to last year or historically, I can answer those.
I just have one. You mentioned that your budget increased a lot due to the road damage that was done during the storm. Where are we with FEMA giving us money back on that?
We completed all our applications for funding with the state and FEMA. State, we put in for approximately $1 million of repairs on federal access system roads, and with FEMA, we put in another, we're not sure, $650,000 to $750,000 for repairs on non-federal access system roads, and I'm meeting with FEMA Thursday this week.
Okay, so you don't really know for sure on anything there?
No, our feeling is that we're going to be awarded, and we are working towards being ready to complete these repairs as soon as possible, to contract them out, have an engineering firm behind us that can engineer these projects and move the process forward in a timely manner.
Yes.
I'd like to point out on page 79, line 1, in the second preceding year, the revenue was $114,000. The first preceding year was $1.2 million, and the budget for the current year is $1.1 million, and then the budget for this year is $100,000. If you look up here, the first line up there is those forest fees, federal forest fees, and you'll notice that we budgeted for the $1,100,000, and we got a $1,103,000. That's the 2-year SRS money. First preceding year and this year is the 2 years we get it. Next year, we don't get it anymore unless that funding stuff goes through. So if you look down on line 21, last year we budgeted to use road capital improvement funds of $2,337,000, and this year we're budgeting $3,005,000. Well, the last this current year that we have, we got that money instead. So now next year we're not going to get it, so we have to add that $1 million down here, and that's why the road is taking about $1 million more in road capital improvement funds.
That's true, and historically, we used to receive like $3.5 to $4 million a year from forest funds. And so that's why we're having to reach more into the road fund each year.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Christensen? I don't have any more questions on road, but we can move to towers. We're ready to move to towers. We all ready to move to towers?
I do have one question for Mr. Christensen on the roads. We've talked a little bit about the equipment, as I am his liaison as well. And could you explain some of the capital outlay for the equipment and how that can benefit the county? I mean, I know it can save us money on doing our own chip seals, but there's other uses for it as well, correct?
Correct. And so, a couple things happened. If we go back to the road fund budget, you'll notice that there's, on the revenue portion, we just go back and there's $1.3 million in miscellaneous STP fund exchange. Those are funds that we haven't drawn on for several years. And we accrue between $250,000 and $300,000 a year of federal funds for projects. And we had that money slated for a bridge repair, but the project was denied. And the state is changing their rules with how much money you can accrue. If you accrue more than 4 years accrual, you won't receive next year's funds. And so if we didn't get that spent down, we would potentially lose $250,000 next year or $300,000. So we want to get that down. And so that's part of this heavy equipment purchase, is to not lose that money next year. And so so what we're doing is we're trying to move towards more cost-effective maintenance programs with the chip seal. And our existing equipment for laying the rock down is 44 years old. It's two-wheel drive, and some of our roads are real steep. And they actually use they changed the other trucks on an adjacent lane to kind of keep from getting away, you know. And then we have a 30-year-old distributor for putting the oil down the road. Well, rock's expensive, oil's expensive, and the calculations for when you put these materials down, they have to be exact. And so what I'm doing is trying to buy $500,000 of new chip seal equipment to replace equipment that's 30 and 44 years old. Plus, I have a 60-year-old oil storage tank in the yard. It's leaking all over the place. It's like a hazardous waste site. And I'm put in for an $80,000 new tank, stainless steel vertical. It'll heat more efficiently instead of one that's laid horizontal. We're looking at replacing 5 of our older pickup trucks. That we have a new plan where we could buy new pickup trucks at a government rate, which is usually $10,000 to $15,000 than the consumer rate. And we're going to sell our vehicles every 3 years. And it appears that we might be at a break-even proposition where we'll keep a newer fleet as long as we keep it in good shape, and where we keep our maintenance costs down by maintaining a newer fleet. So I could give you a copy of our 5-year equipment plan, but this year, because of the chance of losing money, we're doubling down, and that's the $1.1 million in equipment.
That's what I wanted him to explain, so you guys understood that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to lose that money if we don't use it, so.
I agree.
And Rich, weren't you also replacing something, oil heat in your shop building?
Yes, there's, currently our shop is very cold all winter, and mechanics pretty much got to wear snowsuits. It's, you know, cement floors, the doors are open. And, well, we pay to get rid of our used oil, and we accumulate a lot of used oil. We have these heaters that are really efficient and effective that burn the used oil, and so I'm looking at purchasing these units that warm up the shop, and then recycle that oil and make a nice work environment, but also not have to pay to get rid of the oil.
Is that in this budget?
Yes.
Question. Rich, with the chip seal project, once you get this in place, isn't it my understanding that you can then do projects for other jurisdictions and actually make money for?
That's part of the long-term plan. Is I have other agencies reaching out to the road department to help them perform chip seals. And in the past, we haven't done that, but I'm looking at that to do that, perform that work for other agencies in the future, so that way I can afford to maintain having a large team. And the goal is to get more efficient and effective with all our maintenance programs where equipment's not breaking out. You know, imagine, if you will, we used to have 3 divisions, north, central, south, Brookings, Gold Beach, and Port Orford. Well, we have to drive from Gold Beach to Port Orford, and we have to mobilize all our equipment and everything out there and staff, and you have a large project and you have a piece of equipment breakdown. We lost 2 hours mobilization each way to the ends of Langways Mountain Road, and all that equipment and time, we account for all that. So whenever we had, so it not only sets us back on our maintenance duties, it sets us back in money and time, and so I'm trying to get where we're more efficient and effective, where we could break out maybe a month, 4 weeks a year or more, where we could contract with U.S. Forest Service. They would like for us to pave, not Jerry's Flat Road, but the U.S. Forest Service Road 30 miles out to Agnes. That belongs to them here in a couple of years. So I'm trying to work towards that means where they're helping paying to keep my team employed.
Very nice. Commissioner Boyce.
So you do think there's a reasonable outlook for demand in the future?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when I worked for Brookings Public Works, we tried to have chip seals performed, but there was no one locally available. And so I really see where our sister agencies in the county and the highway department, because we're not in the money-making business, but we're not in the money-losing business either, but we could perform these chip seals very cost-effectively and help other agencies that don't have a lot of money maintain their roads. And so it's like when we do this with our current shop mechanics, we maintain 2 shop mechanics because we contract out a lot of our maintenance. We take care of the ODOT vehicles, school districts, these little fire districts. We take care of all their equipment. We don't make any money, but we don't lose any money, but that helps us maintain 2 mechanics.
I just have one question relative to that, and hopefully when you start working with other agencies, I hope you're going to charge for equipment replacement and that sort of thing.
That's all figured into our equipment rates.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, no, we would absolutely do that.
Okay, any further questions from Mr. Christensen on roads?
5 new pickups.
Yes.
Are you working with him on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's the same
That's all I
program,
have.
yeah.
There's
Okay.
really 4 new pickups in the budget, and my pickup is 3 years old, so it's going to be the first test of this, selling it at 3 years old. And so that's where the 5th pickup comes. So we think we could sell my truck for about $27,000. It's a Ford, really nice truck for a we have quotes on brand new Dodges for $24,000 that are 4-wheel drive, crew cab, and so we're going to
Drive a truck for 3 years and make $3,000 on it.
I used to tease Dan Crumley all the time because he would drive up in that ratty old county truck he drove forever, and the rims were rusty. And one day the guys in the shop took the rims off when Dan was on vacation and spray painted him and cleaned him up, and he thought he was in a new truck. It was pretty funny.
No, I have to hand it to Dan. You know, he saved $35 million.
He did.
And our hats off to him. And so, but, you know, it's time to replace some equipment.
You don't want to drive around with rusty rims?
No, I want to make it to my destination.
All right, well, I'm ready to get off roads if we are ready to move on.
Actually, the next one is road capital improvement, and it kind of includes the roadside improvement fund. Those are both on page 204. So the roadside, they're both now under reserve funds. The roadside improvement fund, there's not really anything to do with that one. It is reserved for future. Roadside improvement fund was created, deferred improvement deposit for Titus Lane, and they can only be used for that. And so it sits there waiting for that development or whatever happens to Titus Lane.
We're planning a project for 2023 to utilize those funds then.
And so make sure when you, in the 22-23 budget, you take that out of reserve for future and put it into capital outlay.
Will do.
So that's one of the reserve funds, and then the other one is right below it, and that's the the 35 million road capital improvement fund. And so there really isn't, this one kind of has a generic budget, one being there's transfers, and those are specific. The transfers are to the road fund and to the sheriff's department. Those two sheriff department changed as of this morning. I handed those changes out to you. But the reserve for future is 16. It's kind of a plug number to balance the fund. And then we also have in other materials and services 13,798. In case something comes up, there's just a number there. So that's what, I mean, it's kind of generically budgeted every year, except for the transfers.
All I can really say about this road fund, we really got to work hard to try to find other funding, because this is a huge resource for the road department in case we ever have a natural disaster, or things can happen. And, we got our own Skinnaken slides on a lot of our roads, and those repairs are millions of dollars. And if you don't have the money, you have to wait until funding becomes available, and that's usually FEMA. And you don't, but you have to pay for it first to get that. And if you don't have these monies here, there's going to be a lot of potential problems down the road with fixing roads. But also the big thing is a lot of the grants require matching funds. And, I look at this, there's 20 million in there, that's 200 million, because most grants require a 10.27% match. And we want to be able to pursue those kinds of funds in the future for future road projects. And if this money's not here, it's not going to allow us to pursue grants. So it's real important that we try to conserve these funds.
Just one comment on that. These are one-time funds, and so once they're gone, they're gone.
Right. That's correct. It took 30 years to save these. The road department started saving these funds in 1988 because they knew forest funds were going to end.
Mm-hmm.
And so for 30 years, nobody touched it. Road department kept putting money in there. And Dan wasn't buying new equipment. He was running around with rusty rims, and saving every penny. I mean, it was amazing what he did and was able to accomplish. And so we need to respect that and save it for future emergencies.
Just a comment. I certainly respect that view, but also I think the county is at a point where they need to do something and not necessarily deplete all those funds, but at least come up with a plan to use some of them if they can be replaced in the next 3 to 5 years. And I'm totally respect what you're saying, but I think we're at a turning point where the county is, that they need to do something. And using some of these funds like a loan to the elections, that's going to be paid back to the sheriff's office. I don't know about the sheriff's office, but there's also programs that hopefully will generate income that will replace that. But I think if it's done fiscally responsive, and we don't deplete all of it, then everybody will be happy. Your department will benefit as long as the rest of this county. That's kind of the way I feel, and I do respect what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand that, and I think we've been at this point for several years now, and it just keeps getting pushed down the road, and we need to come up with a plan to move things forward. We need to come together and figure it out.
Well, I believe our budget committee terms are 3-year terms? 4-year terms.
4. That was a nice try.
So,
but they're staggered.
Yeah.
We'll talk about a plan, that's one of the things I talked about on day one is, we need to think not just about this next year, but what are we going to do over the course of the next 5 years? I haven't said this to the committee yet, but the timing is perfect for this, and that is, don't think about $1 million next year for the sheriff's department. Think about what are we going to need in 5 years? What's that number look like? And let's talk about that number. Should that number be static or should it be dynamic? Hopefully it's dynamic. If we're adding in services that may generate revenue, part of my process would be if we spend 100% this year, then next year for budget committee, we should be looking at 75%. We need to see that we've generated some additional revenue for the expenses that not the expenses, we've added money to make things better, now generate the revenue, and hopefully we can get that down to 50% and then maybe down to 25%. But there needs to be some rationale behind how we do this. It can't be every year we're just going to pull 1.2, because your costs are going up. There's no more SRS coming your way, and in my opinion, you've got 7 years of fund at the rate we're spending today. If this proposed budget went through, in 7 years, there is no $35 million left.
Maybe 7 years.
Maybe, and I agree
If
with
there's
that.
an emergency, it's gone.
I agree with that, and that sometimes you got to spend money to save or make money. And also that I think there needs to be some kind of a minimum pool that we leave in the road fund that, if we end up loaning money, what's that minimum pool? Because there has to be an emergency pool of money there in case we have a natural disaster that we can recover from. We can't just say, keep take, and at some point, we all have to stop. And what's that number? Is it 20 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 2 million? We're coming fast upon that. And if we're going to loan money, at what point do we stop loaning money? And if we have to give money to support other departments, at what point do we stop giving money to other departments? What point do we stop giving money to the road department? Maintaining that minimum pool of money. What is that? That's a big discussion.
And I think that conversation goes well beyond this budget committee and our time frame here. I really think that's a starter for us now to have that conversation, but I see the continuation of that really in the county for the next 6 months, really trying to define what that is so that when we roll into next budget year, people are making their budgets responsibly based on the conversation we've had about what's available. What's the best use of those funds? Because once they're gone, they're gone. Then what? We're going to go out and start loaning money? That's not going to work. Commissioner Gold.
I think this conversation definitely has to be part of the strategic business plan. And if it's not, then we're failing.
I agree with what you're saying, but all along, that's been my thought. I don't want to set the expectations that we're going to use that money this year and next year and things going to be rosy. I think it's going to take a couple of years for it to come through. And I'm hoping that, from what I've been reading, some of these SRS funds, they're going to be restored. And that's just hoping. And the current moves are to release some of the funds that are sequestered that comes back. And I've never intended that we draw out of it, or my position, we draw every year. I'm just saying for the first 1, 2, 3 years, with some reasonable expectations. And it may not work. But you know what? It's better than doing nothing.
So, any other questions, comments on the road capital improvement? So the self-insurance, is that just right down here on page?
Well, next would be towers.
I understand that, but if we're on the page already and it's like right there,
Is
why don't?
it the next one? So
It's like right.
Okay,
below.
because they're all in reserve funds.
So, Mr. Christensen, if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to just move right over to self-insurance since it's right on that page.
The next page.
Okay.
And so basically there's self-insurance for the general service equipment and vehicles and for the road department vehicles and equipment. And the road department, we have over, let me see what we have here. we have, $1.1 million plus in there, and it's a good placeholder. It still receives interest like the rest of the road reserves. And if we were to have a catastrophic accident or whatever, our most expensive piece of equipment is like $350,000, $400,000. And if it was being towed by a big rig and it went off a cliff in the ocean, that was brought up last year by the budget committee. To me, it doesn't hurt it being in there. We really don't get into it very much. We have very little vandalism. We have some broken windows from equipment throwing rocks and hitting the window and from our mowing activities. But I think it's road funds. It's sitting there. It's drawing interest. Just leave it alone. It's balanced.
So just to clarify, this self-insurance is only for road department equipment. It's not other county vehicles, and it's just the heavy equipment.
The general equipment, self-equipment is for the other county vehicles.
We have $100,000 in there. I think that's a good number.
So these are also two funds that were moved. So these were moved into what we're now calling reserve funds. So 310 was already basically one of the reserve funds. It was for the unemployment. So we just gathered all of our reserve funds, which were all separate funds, and put them in the 310. So it's got our unemployment reserve fund in there, the PERS reserve fund, the roadside improvement fund, the road capital improvement fund, and the two self-insurance funds. Those are all reserve funds, so they're now all under 310.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Christensen on self-insurance?
Just one quickie. I
Yes,
noticed the interest is not being accrued in there. Where does the interest from that fund go?
I believe for
all-
the road fund, it goes into the road capital improvement fund.
Okay, I was just looking at
It
the
all goes to one
self-insurance.
place.
Okay.
It used to be kind of, it was like 6 or 7 years ago. It used to go to all of them, and now it just kind of accrues all in the road capital improvement.
So where can we find towers? What tab?
Towers is page 119. And during the budget process, it's under Roadmaster's interview thing here, but basically I said, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. So basically, I think I did the budget for the road operation and maintenance fund, and I also did the capital improvement fund budget. So I am in the middle of reviewing all of the leases and finding out what's going on with all of our leases on the towers equipment. It's been passed around to, I don't know how many people, but about 3 or 4 years ago, Roadmaster Robbins and the office manager there, Diana, kind of took that in hand and got some of it under control as much as you possibly could, because it's crazy. I've been reading all those things and they're crazy. But there's somebody needs to really keep that under control, and it needs to reside somewhere so that those leases can be looked at and followed. And there's certain things that some of the leases say track how much it costs for electricity and bill us once a year. Is that being done? I think Diana is doing that, but it needs to be followed up on. So what I have here is a transfer in from the general fund, because like when we went over the Title III, you noticed that we came to the end of the line this year. We're going to come to the end of the line on what Title III has to provide for the towers, and this tower's contracts are not covering the tower's costs of operations. So, so this is going to require, to balance the budget, $35,000 transfer from the general fund to continue towers operations. The operations are a contract with Day Wireless and repairs and maintenance of the equipment, and it's also an IGS because the road department goes out there and does repairs and checks the towers and does stuff, so they bill the towers for their time and equipment that they use for that. It also has insurance, it has land rental costs, and it has electricity, and there's some minimal fuel for running, I believe, generators. So it's just it's one of those things that the county, when they were doing these leases, did not plan for any future or increased cost when they started doing these leases. And, you know, is it the total responsibility of the people leasing those towers to provide for the maintenance, or does the county have a obligation to pay for some of those repairs and the maintenance of those towers, which that transfer from the general fund does? So I think that's something that needs to be looked at and really get under control. I think it's been passed around too much for anybody right now to even say that they have any knowledge or control of this, these things, these costs, and these revenues.
How often are these leases renegotiated?
Some of them were signed for, 20, 50 years? I don't remember.
Oh, my gosh.
And some of them are not. So that's one of the things, the reason I'm looking at them, to see if I could find out how long these leases are, where they are. Some of them have been renegotiated for different things. Like I think like the AT&T has been negotiated like 3 times for them putting additional equipment on the towers. So there's some things there that just really need to be looked at.
Because the expense to replace them is huge.
Yes.
And
none
it
of
just
the leases address any future replacement of the towers.
Right.
They were basically written to pay their share of the maintenance cost of the towers.
So I think I keep coming back to the strategic plan. This needs to be part of the strategic plan also. Are you taking notes?
So on page 121 is what we're calling the Towers Capital Plan, which is the capital replacement plan for the county. Last year we budgeted, or during this current year, we budgeted $96,300 to be transferred from the general fund to start planning for future tower replacement costs like we just did on that microwave system. There's other things that are in line to be replaced, but this is for the future, for when the current one that was just replaced goes out. So I continued that. We were carrying over or basically budgeting for I think we had $9,000 in there. I don't remember what we have. But so with the carryover from this year's transfer and doing another transfer next year of the 96.3, we'll have a couple $100,000 in there, which 2 years ago we had $5,000. So I think that's pretty good. And at least it's going forward with the plan of putting as close to $100,000 over there a year as we can. And I think if things were better, we really should be putting $200,000 over there a year.
I think we've got a combination of two things going.
To get to where if we placed everything on those towers every 10 years, I think we'd have to be putting $200,000 a year over into the capital improvement fund.
I was just going to say, I think we have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think we have two things going here.
There's two.
The county uses the towers, plus then we have all these other entities using the towers. So we can't expect all the other entities to pay for the towers, but certainly they need to pay their fair share.
My understanding, and there's a little bit of a budget here, is that some of those leases included in their lease, so say the lease was for $1,000 a year. 300 of it was for future, or it goes into this fund, and the rest of it's for $700 a year is for operations. Like I said, I've only looked at those leases. I've spent maybe 6 hours on them, and I haven't even looked at all of them yet. So I've not really found that future one, but sometimes there are, when the lease money is receipted into, part of it's receipted into here, part of it's receipted into the operations. And but if you look at the second preceding year, there was a whole bunch of them, but the first preceding year column, there was less. There was two ones that got posted there. So I don't know how, when those rents are received, how they're being receipted into, if the lease says they're supposed to be coming into here, I don't think they are being receipted that way.
Any other questions with towers? Yes?
I'd like to talk about it just a little bit.
Please.
I've been managing it for a year, a little over a year, and there's been plenty of problems with microwave dishes blowing off the towers 3 times last year, and we knew it was they were at the end of life and they were in bad shape. Twice I had AC units fail, and this radio equipment puts out a lot of heat, and these are like cement buildings. And if the heat gets in these buildings too high, all the equipment could burn up. And so here we are leaving the doors open overnight with fans on until we get by the parts to fix the AC units. Also, we have the generators, standby generators. They're supposed to cycle and kick on and off, and they're not functioning right. And we're getting those fixed right now, the controls and the switches and stuff there. And there's all kinds of failures currently happening with the towers that we don't even know that it's happening. But Day Wireless is getting an alarm. They're going to fix it. And it just happens to be there's not a law enforcement officer in that area, so they don't see it happening, or there's not a call at that time during the failure. And so our costs are going up at Day Wireless. They used to be $39,000 a year. Now we're going $50,000. We're responding all the time. Road department costs are going up because we have to respond all the time as well. And I really think that to help the budget committee to get a good view of what's going on here, if you could watch the December 13th, 2017 presentation on YouTube on the county website, it'll talk about all the issues that need to be done with the towers, and that there's $6.5 million worth of repairs, and it could be broken down in like 4 phases. And like the first phase was the microwave dish, because we all knew it was going to happen. Well, we took $823,000 out of the road fund this year and put it in here in capital improvements, because the dishes are blowing off the tower. So this is something we knew was going to happen. And so anyway, so I'll take care of the first phase of that $6.5 million repair. I think in the presentation they were looking at $600,000, but it actually ended up being at today's value, $820,000 is what it came out to be. Also, number 2 is to replace all the repeaters and antennas, the RF portion, and to get that done. And then step 3, replace the dispatch consoles over here at the courthouse, get those all upgraded. And number 4 is a propagation study on all our towers on how they receive and send signals, because there was narrow banding a few years ago where they degraded towers. And so now our towers don't reach as far into the back of these canyons, and so we actually need probably 2 more towers, and that's part of the $6.5 million. So this is a huge thing, and it's been talked about for many, many years. And so it is very important that we get some kind of a committee or something together to work on this. Historically, this was all under emergency services in the sheriff's department. It was given to the road department back in 2013. And they put a package together, mailed out letters saying, hey, your rates are going to be increased. And this was all part of that December 13, 2017 webinar that you can watch on the county website. Historically, Title III funds paid for everything. Everybody got a free ride. Those funds are gone. We're taking money out of the general fund now.
Look at this. This is the materials and services for towers and maintenance as of the end of April. The professional services, because of all the problems that we have had with those dishes for Day Wireless, is now sitting at total year to date is $53,000, and $39,000 was what was budgeted. So we're over budget there. But the next line, repairs and maintenance of equipment, $43,000, and budgeted what, $6,500? So we're $40,000 budget over budget, just repairing those things. And then what the road has been doing this year, they budgeted $9,500, and they're already at $12,000. So the bottom line is we're over budget $44,000 right now in this fund. And so that's what we're going to have to address by the end of next month. We do have a line in our non-departmental that takes care of kind of emergency things like this, and we're going to have to do a supplemental budget to cover this. But this is something that it was just really, really bad this year. It's not usually this bad, but it was really, really bad this year. And it's because this equipment is at the end of its life.
I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And it's just like these fires we're having. Each year they're worse and worse, and this equipment's getting older and older. And, we got to get these new agreements made to reflect actual sinking fund costs to replace things for actual user fees, something. And that's going to be part of that. If you could watch that presentation, you'll see all this. And
what was the date on that?
December 13th, 2017.
17?
Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, Day Wireless and then Roadmaster Doug Robbins did a big presentation about everything that we're talking about here. And it really helped me understand the situation.
Is there any written form in that other than YouTube? I mean, something that...
Well, if you go onto the Curry County website...
Right. Is it recorded?
Yes. You could go into the history, I can't remember, archive section of videos, YouTube videos, and you scroll down through that archive section until you get to December 13th, and you just click on that video, and you can watch the whole presentation.
I watched them. I was just wondering if there was an actual written document of that, or is it going to be...
There is a proposal cost thing from Day Wireless. If you'd like me to bring you a copy of that, I can.
Yeah, I mean, I can watch it, and I've watched several of these in the past, and taking notes, but it would be nice to have something that, whether we go back and each individual person goes and watches it and refers to it.
So how long has it been since we pulled all those users together and had a meeting? I remember a time in the county when we did that.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If you need help with renegotiating these leases, I'd love to be involved in that.
Because I think if you bring this group of people together, have them work on a costing methodology together, so that people don't feel like you're just parking it on their front doorstep. If they're part of making the methodology, then...
There's some suggestions in that webinar and breaking up the fees fairly between all the users. And also, there's some users that really don't have any equipment in the tower, but they send a signal through the tower, and they pay nothing. And so there's a cost of maybe charging, these little fire departments and these other smaller users a full fee.
They don't feel that they're going to pay anything because they already paid dispatch fees to the sheriff.
Okay. And so that all needs to be talked about. So they're in a critical condition, and, it's a backbone of the emergency system with fire and law enforcement, and it's critical that we get on top of this thing.
Couldn't agree more. Okay. Any, Commissioner Boyce?
We've just been talking about it. The 2.5 years I've been here, we just haven't been able to get going on it. So maybe now, per your suggestion, a good time to start. If you went in on that, I think that'd be great.
Probably get a moderator to help out with that. So it's not, no, I'm serious.
No,
It's
that's a
not
good
a county
idea.
person running it. Bring out an outside or somebody, who's not going to be overly invested, that will really stay focused on the subject matter. And that way,
Mr. Milliman.
that way we're not going down bunny trails. So, any other comments on, or questions on towers? And that would be to either Louise or Mr. Christensen. Excellent. Let's move along to general services. Where might we find that tab page?
General services are now under in internal service funds, and that's tab 25.
That was the last one.
So, internal service funds, they've all been moved to Fund 221. So building and repair, we already talked about with, for occupancies. So on page 167 is we've changed the name from general services to general vehicle services because that's what it really is. So general vehicle services is on page 167.
So these funds, they're accrued through mileage rates on general service vehicles. This is all the police vehicles and the Board of Commissioner vehicles, all the other departments other than road department. And so we collect all those fees based on mileage rates that we come up from what it costs to operate and maintain that vehicle with its replacement. We put 2 cents a gallon, or 2 cents a mile towards the replacement. We accrue $10,000 a year that we put into the vehicle replacement fund. The road department gets 2 cents per mile for maintaining this fund. It helps pay with the insurance cost, the labor and materials for maintenance, the gas, the tires, the oil, and 34 of the existing 54 vehicles in there belong to the Sheriff's Department. And actually, we just purchased 4 more vehicles, so there's going to be 58, but we're going to be downsizing the motor pool. So we should be back around 54 vehicles. But what I really see is things are trending up on the tires and oil, and it's because we're getting more sheriff cruisers out there than general service, and they're high mileage, and every 5,000 miles they need an oil change. Every 30,000 miles they need a set of tires. And so but they have a low rate. They're only paying 34 cents because of those high miles, but that's there's a lot of miles going on there. So the more cruisers you get out there, the more sheriffs driving them, the more it's going to impact this fund. And
So I have a quick question for you. You said of that 34 cents a mile, there's a 2 cent replacement cost, but if the departments are paying for their own vehicles, why would you charge 2 cents for a replacement?
that's a good question. And
Because he does all the vehicle replacements. He orders the cars, he does all the, sells the old cars, he does all of the actual purchasing of the vehicles.
What about the maintenance?
The maintenance, our shop takes care of all the maintenance.
Okay, so is that part of the 2%?
No, that's part of the 34 cents for a sheriff cruiser. 4 cents of it is for the road department managing it and then and replacing the vehicles. And the other 30 cents is, the oil, the tires.
Direct costs.
The parts, materials, and
Okay.
labor.
Just something we may want to look at in the future. Sounds a little rough if I'm a department and I'm trying to budget $12,000 this year and $12,000 next year. I was thinking back to juvenile, because that's what they're doing. I understand that there's an administrative cost of doing these services, but the county may want to look at that.
We're really not in the money-making business.
I understand.
Our costs are really low.
If we were in the money-making business, we wouldn't be taking road funds.
And that's exactly right. Our towers would be a moneymaker. And so, anyways, we bought. So this maintains all our vehicles that don't belong to the road department. And then if you go to is it Fund 222?
It's the next page.
One more question,
Fund
Mr.
222.
Christensen, before we go on. So, obviously, when you're dealing with the county fleet vehicles all across, whether it's pool or fleet, you have this 34 cents a mile, but what about, so you have ODOT, is that the same costing methodology, or do you charge them a flat rate?
No, there is just labors and materials and equipment. They don't use any of our vehicles, so their vehicles come to our shop, and it's just the cost.
You have a shop rate?
Shop rate. No, yeah, it's pretty much a shop rate that's, loaded with all our overhead.
And that'd be the same for the schools and anybody else that's external to the county?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But we're just not making any money in it. And it's a huge cost savings to these other agencies because we're not making any money. But we're offsetting what we're able to do is have 2 mechanics instead of 1 by doing this.
Okay, now that raises another question for me then. Why aren't we making any money on it?
We're not allowed to compete with local businesses. We're a government agency, and so if we were to be making money, we'd be in competition.
So when you figure out
We'd
how,
also be taxed. I mean, all our property would be taxed. We'd be a for-profit entity, and we'd lose our nonprofit status.
okay, I'll shut up.
I don't want to take on more than we have.
So are you including administrative costs in your repair?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All the fees that are going up for admin fees are figured into our
Okay,
overhead.
just as long as we're at least getting our
Yeah,
cost
no,
out.
for what you're charging the road department, we're adding that to our overhead.
Is that increase in motor vehicle diesel? It looks like it started the second preceding year at 99, then 88, then 19, that's at 19, the same. But it appears to me that it's kind of trending, diesel's going up. Is that a realistic?
It's a very generous budget for diesel in case it does go up. So it's been, trending about $9,000-$10,000 a year, and it's budgeted at $19,000 in case the price doubles.
Or if you buy more vehicles
It
than
has.
diesels.
And it really depends on, too, is emergency use, if we have a lot of emergencies and our diesel goes up, but we can't control the cost of diesel. So
Well, I just wonder if it was maybe low from the 19,000, just from seeing where fuel's going, so.
But also, and you're also looking at the diesel just for general services. You're not looking at the diesel for the road department.
And I think we did the same thing there. Usually, Rich and I try to look at the 10-year average, what the past couple of years have been, and then we kind of consider what we're paying at the gas pump and look and make sure that if prices still continue to go up, if they are trending that way, that we have enough budget for our gas and our oil and our diesel to make sure that we can pay for those things.
Where does the county get their fuels from?
We get them from basically 2 places generally. We can buy them from ODOT at their Port Orford yard or their Gold Beach yard, and we can save 34 cents a gallon. Or there's the Circle K or
Colvin Oil.
Colvin Oil, and we buy it there, and that's a little bit more accessible because if you're in Brookings, you don't want to come all the way up here to buy fuel, but you pay an extra 34 cents a gallon for that privilege, and so one of the things I've done in the last year is I've been working with Sheriff Ward and gave him maps of where these stations are for the low-cost ODOT fuel, and he's been taking it to heart, and their fuel costs have gone down because of that, saving that 34 cents a gallon. So whenever your vehicle passes through Port Orford or Gold Beach, try to fill up there at an ODOT station and save us some money. It's quite a bit of money if you add it all up.
Do you put the other ones out for bid? Not ODOT, but the other stations?
No, I'm not sure how that works. You get government pricing.
I've done, for school, they had their own gas station at the bus barn. So they did go out for RFPs on providing, not only installing the pump there, but in providing the gas. And they got a pretty good price and a pretty good deal on it. But, it's still, it goes up and down with the prices.
When you buy it outside of ODOT, as a government agency, we don't have to pay some of the taxes, do we?
I think that's part of like what Colvin Oil has. Sometimes we're not buying an ODOT station or a Colvin station. We're out in training. We're going to Portland or whatever. And we're just buying regular market rate fuel as well.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on general vehicle services?
No, sir.
Do we want to go over vehicle replacement?
Self-insurance, is that what that is?
We already did.
Yeah, we already got self-insurance.
So on the
So-
page 168, there's the
So
vehicle
168 is the vehicle replacement. And basically, that is the budgeted, everybody that budgeted to replace their vehicles. So the 12,000 for juvenile, the 80,000 that sheriff budgeted, 12,000 that veteran services budgeted, the 4,000 that assessor owes on this year's car, and those are all budgeted to capital outlay purchasing those vehicles. And then the 2 cents that Roadmaster is talking about is that $10,000 general services. And the transferring from 222 is basically the beginning fund balance transferring from the closed fund to this new fund. We do budget a little bit for insurance, and the finance department does charge admin fees to vehicle replacement because they write all the checks and do all the accounts payables and all of that stuff for this fund. And other than that, there is a operating contingency, and then there's a reserve to have a carryover balance in this fund.
Questions or comments?
One of the reasons that we are being able to replace our, what is it called?
Motor pool.
The motor pool is we had been carrying over and had built up enough that we could just basically start the program that Commissioner Pash wanted us to do, and that is get rid of all of those old motor pool cars, get the ones that we really need, and then start the program of the 3 years. So having a carryover balance in this vehicle replacement fund allowed us to do that, and we're doing that, most of it by the end of this year.
There's still several more vehicles in general services that need to be replaced, but there's no adequate funding at this time. On the building department, they have some really bad stuff. Accessor does, and juvenile services, they're struggling, and we still are maintaining some older vehicles in the motor pool.
Any questions, comments? Well, thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for all that you're doing down there at the road department. Please thank your employees. It's tough work out there.
I've got a great group of people. They're highly dedicated and they're a pleasure to work with. And no, if you ever have any questions, I have an open door policy. Stop by anytime and ask me any kind of question. I'll try to answer it.
You have good coffee down there?
I do.
Well, maybe I'll stop by.
Single serve.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell Gary I said hi.
Well, Julie, it looks like we do have time for you. So it is 4:09, and we'll move on to building with Julie Schmelzer. Am I saying your last name correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
What page is that?
Building is fund.
Thank you.
It's Fund 217, so that's tab 22. RES. What did you say, 122? Tab 22. Oh, tab
Page
22.
137.
Got it.
39.
So it's actually page
140.
140. The planning department was moved out of this fund, but it still has some history in it, so that's the first page, and so the second page would be actually building department.
My name is Julie Schmelzer. I'm the Director of Community Development. We just hired a new building official, so he is not here to actually present the budget, so I'm going to present it to you. And I'm going to ask you to kind of take it with a grain of salt, and I know that's not a very good way of doing budget, but I do have some things to explain to you. Currently, we've had some issues in our building safety department for the last couple of years. If you look at the chart that I handed out to you, you can see that the majority of our development has been residential, which is the green lines. Unfortunately, the building officials we have hired have not been very skilled in the residential development, so we've had to hire a lot of the work out. In 2016-17, we ended up paying $190,000 for building inspection services. And in 2017-18, that was $184,000. This past year, it was budgeted at about $190,000. And so far as at the end of this first quarter, we were already at $136,000. So we had to figure out a different approach to doing building inspection services. And what we did was we, knowing that most of our inspections were residential in nature, we looked for somebody that was skilled in residential inspection services. There's not a lot of inspectors out there right now, and I can say this confidently, coming from Josephine County, we realized that there was a real shortage, so we started an internship training program over there. Well, that worked to our benefit over here in Curry County because we advertised for a building official and we did not have any luck. So what we did was we partnered with Josephine County and asked for one of their interns. And so one of their interns that is strong in the residential field was offered to us, and he was offered to us at a starting salary of $55,000. And then after the third month, he would be paid $62,000. So already it's still less, far less than what we were paying for these past years. We still do have inspectors that we rely on when we do end up being short-staffed or need extra help, so we will still continue to tap into those. But in addition, Josephine County has agreed to give us some of their interns free of charge so they could get experience in the field. So with this coming year, we're doing something different, which is we're actually having this new building official skilled in the residential area, and he will be working with interns which are paid by a different county, and they will be doing our inspections for us. So like I said, overall, it's going to save us at least half of what we spent this past year on inspection services. There were some questions about electrical, and I just want to answer some of that. In the past, our inspection department did not handle electric permits. We handed them off to the state. So the state is the one who was doing electrical. So many times people just didn't, I believe, didn't follow up with that last step and get their electrical permits from the state. That's why you could, possibly why you saw some electrical projects going through without CFOs or certificates of compliance on them. With the new program, the way we have it structured, in time, our goal is to bring the electrical program in-house so that when you come into Curry County, you're able to tap into all of your services. We would have somebody here to provide those services Monday through Thursday, and it would be everything from the structural to the mechanical to the electrical. So basically any service or inspection that you would need, we would be able to provide it in-house. It's a big change from where we've been at, and we're looking forward to it. We do have 2 administrative assistants down there. One of them works pretty much full-time just in the building safety program. Another one spends about 50% of her time. They've been fabulous, really, at keeping the department moving these last couple years in reality, because we've gone through 2 building officials, but we're looking at reorganizing the department, again, as we're looking at reorganizing community development and seeing where people should be placed. So some of those positions may move around in the future, but as far as the inspection program, I think we've really got a handle on it now, and I think it's been a lot of hard work, and we're trying a creative approach, and hopefully it works. It's scheduled to save us a lot of money, so that is not reflected in the budget because this came about after we prepared the budget, but we are, like you said, looking to save about $100,000 on those inspection services.
Commissioner Pash.
I'd just like to say I know how hard you've worked on this, and well done, well done.
Mark Stevenson in Curry County is the one who started, I'm sorry, I get my counties all mixed up, in Josephine County actually started the internship program, and I think it was a good model for us to follow when we see if there's a shortage of, if there's a shortage of something in the field, try to start your own program so you have employees that you can tap into.
They're going to actually bring an inspector over and then bring guys that are learning, and so you got not one set of eyes, but you actually have 2 or 3 sets of eyes on the same thing. So that's a great deal for Curry County, and we don't have to pay for it. Better yet.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we started this in January, you heard, it could have been Commissioner Pash or me, I don't remember, but we wanted this community development to be a source of pride for this county and to do a major reorganization, and you're getting it done sooner than I think anyone would have anticipated, although we had great confidence, to say the least. The savings, plus the quality of work, plus the service that we are demanding of ourselves to give to the public, I think that's all needs to be said, except thank you for your connections with Josephine County. That certainly accelerated our capacity to get this done, and it's just a real tribute to what you've been able to accomplish here. Thanks.
We have a good team, a lot of good people on there.
Louise.
Thank you.
Just to make another comment, just like planning, there is a transfer, economic development, there is a transfer from the general fund to cover the 10% that the Director of Operations is being costed here. And with everything that she's talked about, we anticipate that our permits will go up enough that we no longer have to have a transfer from the general fund, but it is in this budget. I kind of consider this budget to be kind of fragile, because if you look at the bottom of page 141, the way it was being budgeted and spent, the carryover of $138,000 was completely budgeted against current expenditures. Therefore, the carryover from 2017-18 into 2018-19 was $32. So right now, it no longer has carry forward balance that it should be having. And so right now, I think it does need this little bit of help from the general fund until we get the program back on track and get those permit fees coming back in correctly and supports itself again, because this is and usually is a self-supporting fund.
Correct. The building safety departments are usually self-funding because what you want to make sure is if there's a downturn in the economy, that you have staff available to go out there and do safety inspections, right? They're not there to make money. They're there to enforce health and safety standards, building safety standards. So our goal is if we can at least inch it up a quarter this coming year, my goal is within 4 years to have that a totally self-funded department again.
And be able to have that reserve that it needs.
Any other questions for Julie?
Did I hear even a reserve?
I think it should
No,
have, it
thank
needs to
you.
have a reserve.
It should have a reserve.
It should have a operating contingency of, I believe, 10% according to our financial policy. But it can't right now.
It will.
It will.
Thank you again.
Any other questions for Julie? Thank you, Julie. Well, it looks like we've wrapped up day 2 on schedule, on time. So tomorrow, we meet again at 10 a.m. Looks like we're pretty much scheduled until about 2 o'clock.
So tomorrow, in the morning, the 4-H and Extension is actually
Board of
a
Commissioners?
separate committee members, same board, separate committee members. And then Public Transit would be this whole committee would do it. So they have very small budgets. It really doesn't take very long to have the public hearings and approve those budgets. Then after the break would be the Compensation Committee. And then the review it. You would vote to accept their report. And then you might at that time have a discussion because what they're going to present is elected salaries. And so that's the time that you would discuss maybe changing what's budgeted for elected. No, we don't do that? Because I think that's what they did last year. I'm sorry.
The Compensation Board makes its recommendations to the Board of Commissioners.
Oh, okay.
Not the Budget Committee. So the Budget Committee can know what it is, but the
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought that, you're right, you said that last year. After that, we have elections and recording. The code enforcement that's on next, tomorrow, we actually had it, I have it on there twice because it's also on Monday, so we already did that.
Okay.
We did.
So that goes off, public health, and then at 2 o'clock, we are going to have the PEG fund discussion.
PEG fund?
PEG
So
fund.
there may be a role for you to play with the Compensation Committee. The Board of Commissioners' salaries or any Compensation Committee makes recommendations on elected official salaries, and elected official salaries can only be raised by the Board of Commissioners after approval by the Budget Committee. So if the information from the Compensation Committee gives you all the ability to recommend a raise of elected official salaries, compensation, then you can review it. But oddly, the Board of Commissioners sets the compensation level. You guys budget, they determine pay rates. It's sort of two sides of the same coin. But you can make a recommendation on how much to budget, but the ultimate decision on what any elected official will be paid is by the Board of Commissioners, a separate decision. But it may be helpful information for you in determining a budget.
We're all working together.
Thanks. Okay.
However that shakes out. Now? Not much.
So I'd like to, this afternoon, I'm going to go through and check with look at my table of contents, look at what we've done so far, make sure that we have reviewed all funds by tomorrow afternoon. If there's anything left. I don't think there is, but I just want to double check it make sure we got all funds.
Well, I think we're ready for adjournment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.